I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you to the April 8th Special Session Public Utilities Advisory Board meeting. This is our third meeting of this year. My name is Lou Halkias, and I'm the chair of the board and will be conducting the meeting today. Before we begin, for the benefit of our citizens and for those attending or viewing video programming, I would like to request the members of this board and student representatives to briefly describe their backgrounds that relates to the mission of the PUAB. Jim, you want to start? Background? Brief background?
My name is Jim Falar. I'm a Naperville resident since 1991. I have a chemical engineering degree from the University of Minnesota, a master's degree from the University of Chicago. I spent 44 years in the energy industry, with about 15 of those years heavily involved in electrical procurement, which is one of the reasons why I decided to join this board.
Hello, I am Abbas Bikapurawala. I'm a civil engineer by profession. I'm licensed as a professional engineer in the state of Illinois. I've worked with Metropolitan Water Reclamation District for 23 years. So my specialization or expertise is in wastewater treatment. I'm a Naperville resident since 11 years.
Hi, good evening. Michelle Ackman, born and raised in Naperville. My career has been in sustainability and energy efficiency, most recently working for Commonwealth Edison.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Phil Schreiber. I also have a degree in civil engineering. I'm a licensed professional engineer. I spent 25 years in consultant engineering, utilities, and about 15 years of that working in consultant engineering and energy, helping some of the largest users in the world, companies like Microsoft, Nestle, manage their supply and demand side energy, including helping some of them transition through many initiatives, kind of like the City of Naperville is taking on, understanding renewables, large distributed energy storage projects, microgrids, et cetera. Thank you.
Student representatives?
Oh, I see. Okay. Hello. My name is Hans Roeder. I'm one of the student representatives from Naperville Central.
Hello, my name is Bhavni Yelavarthi, and I'm one of the student representatives from Neuqua Valley.
Good evening. My name is Russell Pollack. I have spent my entire adult life and professional career in competitive energy markets, focused on energy procurement, commodity price risk management, and currently manage a little over $200 million a year in energy spend.
Good evening. My name is Brandon Haft. While I work in higher education and have done so for the last 12 years, before that I worked for 6 years in the wind energy space on the asset service side. And I have a law degree and an MBA, and I'm a lifelong Naperville resident.
My name is Lou Halkias. I'm a resident of Naperville over 40 years. I'm a retired federal law enforcement officer, 32 years. 22 of those years were with the U.S. EPA Criminal Enforcement Program, and I ended up as the acting director for the entire program, and also organized training for state and local law enforcement to know what resources are available to them. Thank you, everyone, for that. Mayor, would like to roll call, please?
Sure. Abbas Pikaparawala, present. Bhavani Yalavarthi. Brandon Haft. Hans Roeder. James Fuller. Here. Louis Halkias.
Here.
Michelle Ackman. Nathan Wilson is not present. Philip Schreiber and Russell Powledge. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next order of business is the public forum. Speakers will be called in the order that they signed up. If anyone was unable to sign up, they could speak at the end of the public forum. If you didn't sign up but would like to do so, please raise your hand so we can get your name and add it to the list. I think we're all covered then on that. As we start the public forum, I'd like to remind everyone of the citizen participation rules in the city's municipal code for speaking at meetings. Speakers will be called on to speak in the order they signed up on the sign-up sheet. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to make their comments, and you'll be able to see the 3-minute up there. Take care of it. Speakers are asked to present their comments in a respectful and courteous manner. Speakers should stay on topic and be cognizant of their words. Personal attacks on board members, staff, and other speakers or members of the audience are not allowed. If inappropriate language or comments are expressed during this meeting, you will be asked to immediately stop commenting. Also, for audience members, there is no cheering and no jeering. Actions such as applauding, cheering, or booing during or at the conclusion of any remarks made by any speaker are not allowed. May we have the first speaker, please?
Greg Hubert.
Good evening, PUAB. Greg Hubert, Greg at cleanenergynaperville.org, advocate for transparency and clean energy. I'm here to refute the myth of PJM accredited capacity requirements of a utility. It's a myth we've heard repeatedly voiced by IMEA, and now the myth has apparently been repeated during PUAB Q&A discussion with CES at the March PUAB meeting, along with insinuations of over $500 million in additional solar capacity costs. Our citizen research finds no such evidence of PJM requirements for IMEA or for any utility to have accredited capacity. PJM simply requires that a utility, known as a load-serving entity in PJM terminology, pay its share of PJM's reliability charges, which PJM uses to pay power generators for their accredited capacity. PJM procures this capacity through its capacity auctions in order to ensure PJM system reliability. And IMEA, as a generator, supplies accredited capacity in the auction so that IMEA, as the load-serving utility, can use that auction revenue to offset its share of the reliability charges imposed by PJM. Stated another way, IMEA's net reliability costs equal reliability charges minus auction revenue credits. It's time to put this IMEA myth of PJM capacity accreditation requirements to bed. It's PJM that procures the capacity to ensure system reliability, and the load-serving entities pay their share of the cost through reliability charges. Accredited capacity can serve as an optional offset to reliability charges. It's a business decision, not a PJM requirement, how to utilize offsets. We think myths can get in the way of the public power need for transparency. And this myth of PJM accredited capacity requirements has led to an absurd position that 24 additional B-hollow solar projects with over a $500 million price tag would be necessary due to PJM accredited capacity requirements. Our evidence and our calculations supporting these public comments are in our handout, which I believe you have, and publicly posted on our website at cleanenergynaperville.org/myths, M-Y-T-H-S. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be Marlene Schweitzer.
Good afternoon, Marilyn Schweitzer, 38 year resident of Naperville. For years, this board and Naperville's electric utility has known about the rapidly changing energy market, changing energy legislation, stresses due to climate changes, and segments of Naperville's community who want the city to thoroughly explore options other than IMEA. 4 years ago, I requested this board have a plan to evaluate our opportunities that would allow engagement and reassurance to the public that our electric service and costs is being adequately considered and addressed. Yet here we are, 4 years later, with no documented planning process. For some reason, there has been a tremendous push for the PUAB to make a recommendation before the next city council is seated. This will be the third lengthy meeting and the second special meeting called this spring. There has been scant opportunity for public comment, partly because of short notice and because this board does not accept written public comments. I don't understand the rush, except that IMEA has been pushing hard to have the city accept their April 30th contract extension. IMEA has even been targeting Naperville residents with advertisements on social media now. Yet City Council has made it clear they want a workshop after the new City Council is seated, and no decision will be made before then. I don't think the purpose of that workshop is, in essence, to mansplain a single option the PUAB recommends. My understanding the purpose of the workshop is to explore all options, including financial aspects, manpower needed, and critical dates for decisions. Yet no such detailed plan has even come before this board. All I read from the CS report is generalities. The only recommended change, of course, is for the city to leverage the MDR clause, which I'm surprised the city hasn't leveraged already. In the 1850s, Naperville chose not to invest to have a railroad come through the city. Instead, they continued to back a local businessman who created a plank road and were profiting from the tolls. The road rotted, the railroad went through Wheaton, thrived, and by 1867, Naperville lost the county seat to Wheaton. You have a choice tonight. You can recommend to council to accept the CES recommendation. You can recommend to council one of the other options. You can table making any decision, or you can recommend that the city pursue a rigorous evaluation process with set dates to ensure feasibility. Please choose the latter, because from what I've heard so far, Naperville, in essence, may be opting for another rotting plank road. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next would be Ferris Aragin.
Good evening. My name is Ferris Aragin, and I'm a student going to North Central College. For the past 3 years of my life, I've had the privilege to call Naperville my home. It is my sincerest desire to see Naperville thrive, not just while I'm here, but for generations to come. I'm speaking with you today because right now you all face a critical decision that will undeniably impact the lives of all who live here. All the people you see sitting here in the audience and thousands more that you do not see. If you decide to sign this contract, Napervillians will be negatively impacted by the economic and environmental consequences of sourcing our energy from coal, not just until 2055, but for decades forward as well. This contract is dire. We would be putting 30 years of our future into the hands of a company that has been found to be operating under legally suspicious conditions, with coal plants that lack the necessary legal requirements and permits. And I'm sure you're already familiar with the greenhouse gas emissions and particulate matter that is released into the air when we combust coal for energy. Coal destroys, and its impacts are disastrous, but we can stop this now. Consider this. Illinois as a state sources 55% of its energy from nuclear, 13% from renewables, and only 33% from fossil fuels. As you can see, Illinois has been on its way to seeking its energy from alternative sources that aren't as detrimentally impactful as coal or methane. Renewable technologies are not as unrealistic as they seem. According to the SEIA, in 2024, the U.S. installed more solar capacity to the energy grid than any other energy technology in the past 20 years. Meanwhile, wind capacity accounted for 11% of the total new capacity in 2024. Technological advances are moving us towards renewables that will be both cheaper and eco-friendly in the long run. Cleaner energy sources are not an unrealistic solution or an uncertain future. They are our hopeful present. Countries like New Zealand are striving to reach 100% renewable energy by as early as 2040. But if we renew our contract with the IMEA, we would be tied to utilizing outdated energy sources, causing the state and nation to lag behind for decades. As a young person, I'm deeply aware of the consequences my generation and I will inevitably have to bear due to climate change. The truth is that I am scared, but I'm choosing to take action by standing here before you asking you to consider this. In a time where the leadership of our nation is failing the common collective during an environmental crisis, let us inspire hope, starting right here in Naperville by showing them that Illinois is willing to be a leader for future generations in our beautiful earth. It's undeniable that there are better sources of energy that we can supply our people with. The facts have spoken, and the citizens have as well. Let us move forward with a brave leadership, refusing to sign this contract and switching to something new, not because it is easy, but because it is necessary. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next would be Steve Weber.
Hi, my name is Steve. I'm a third-year Naperville resident. Thank you for the opportunity to voice my concerns over the Prairie State Coal Plant. My perspective comes from working in the manufacturing sector for 30 years, 25 years at Navistar and 5 years at Ryerson Steel. The topic I want to bring up are the risks involved in plant operations in a sunset industry. Risk number one is the escalating costs due to declining economy of scale. In its heyday, the mining industry had many customers that spread out overhead costs. As plants and mines continue to close, those same overhead costs are covered by less customers, thus escalating costs per plant. Risk number two is the life of machinery. The machinery in any plant requires maintenance and repair. Will current suppliers remain in business to supply aftermarket parts and expertise? If so, are the replacement parts readily available, or do they have to be manufactured from scratch? If the company no longer exists, then we have to fabricate the parts from scratch, which is very expensive and has very long lead times. Any type of boiler parts could be a real problem and could cause outages. Risk number three is the employee capability. As people retire or leave the industry, a lot of knowledge walks out the door. How capable will the replacements be? How many young engineers want to go into the coal industry when newer fields are available to them? How expensive are consulting services to maintain and repair the existing machinery that's there, the techs? And then number four is any new regulations. So as technology improves over time, new regulations to reduce greenhouse gases are going to come about. When they do, what is going to be the cost of implementing that new hardware? As an example, the carbon capture and sequestration has not gone well. So finally, as an analogy, consider the cost of a car. So in the beginning, a car is very cheap. Over time, it requires more maintenance, more repairs to the point where eventually you get rid of it. With a plant, you cannot do that. The plant is similar to the new car. However, as the repair costs go up, you're just going to have to maintain paying those costs, and you're not able to get rid of it just like you could a car. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next would be Graham Morin.
Hello, Graham Morin, resident since 2009 and an energy consultant since 2011. I've been following the situation with our city's electrical contract for quite a few years now, but I was struck by the lack of analysis on the economics of the overall structure. So first, let's talk about the cost. I did not see in either the IMEA presentations nor the CES analysis any kind of benchmarking versus other current market alternatives to see how we're doing. I suspect what we'd see if we did do that analysis is that Naperville has been paying approximately a $320 million premium to IMEA over the last 10 years, or since 2014, when IMEA last provided their data out to. That represents about a 42% premium over what we could have bought from ComEd for energy capacity transmission on just the open market. And we're also seeing that over that time, where IMEA says that they provided stable, reliable rates, we're seeing that their transmission costs are escalating at a rate that are much higher than what you're seeing in ComEd. For example, since 2014, again, where the benchmark started, IMEA has raised their transmission rates by over 12% per year on average versus a benchmark on ComEd, where ComEd has moved by approximately 2.6% per year. That's 4 times the rate of what ComEd is moving for. So Next, let's talk about cost-saving strategies. Haven't seen anything really about cost-saving. IMEA talked about in their presentation that they offer value-added demand response services to its members, but I don't see a whole lot of evidence to that effect. Yeah, there may be some small projects going on in town or maybe in other members of IMEA, but when we talk about like how do we really lean into that, there's a lot of restrictions that IMEA puts into it so that we could not on our own implement a very aggressive and thorough demand response strategy. Just in another example, just analyzing the numbers, if we were to be able to implement kind of a comprehensive demand response strategy, there's the possibility to save up to $300 million in energy costs over the next 10 years. Very significant potential savings that we're just really not even scratching the surface of today. Concern number 3 was the CES benchmarking of residential retail rates against ComEd is a red herring. IMEA doesn't control how Naperville sets its retail rates. A comprehensive analysis should be carried out on wholesale rates, not retail. The wholesale cost of electricity is an important input into this overall retail cost structure. So when we analyze any kind of retail rates, it should include the effects of getting wholesale costs in line with the market, as I talked about, getting cost savings implemented like demand response, and then performing this type of analysis. You know what we would see? We'd see about a 30% reduction in rates on the retail side. So for all these reasons, the current supply structure from IMEA is not favorable. Our city has a fiduciary obligation to ensure we get the best solution before charting a path forward. We should demand comprehensive analysis of supply costs and future cost mitigation strategies. Additionally, Naperville should explore alternative supply agreement structures, possibly with IMEA, but not exclusively. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker would be Richard Stark.
My name is Richard Stark, and I have been a resident of Naperville for about 6 years now. Prior to retiring, I held a range of jobs requiring high analytical skills, starting as a telemetry analyst in the Army Security Agency, and ultimately as Vice President of Corporate Development for a technology company that provided energy management systems and services for large buildings. Currently, I now refer to myself as a SALPO, which stands for Self-Appointed Unpaid Observer. But to be honest, I'm not strongly attached to the unpaid part of this role. I have closely followed the process of evaluating our electricity sourcing options and have several observations and recommendations to share. For the sake of time, I will focus my comments now only on the cost aspects of the equation. My first observation, coming from the CES presentation previously, was the graph that they showed, where they show the projected cost for IMEA up through 2050, and it shows it going up gradually and then steeper and then steeper. And it ended up to be almost 3 times the current cost by 2050. And my observation from what they presented was the primary driver for that was the effective load carrying capabilities, ELCC, that's required by PJM. And that's important to note that it's not the price increase of solar and wind and so on. It's the quantity of electricity required to be purchased in order to meet those requirements. My second observation is that key information needed to support the CES recommendation to renew the contract is missing. There are no equivalent projections for alternatives like the long-term projections shown for IMEA. And because of that, I propose the following. The first is that we assess the cost of Naperville purchasing electricity from Constellation and prepare a graph of the long-term cost trends that can be compared with the one that was shown for IMEA. Because I chose Constellation because they have a much smaller gap to fill to meet the CEJA requirements for Illinois. Following that, I would propose modifying that graph to include the combined efforts of that plus peak shaving that would be available in order to reduce Naperville's demand. And then finally, prepare a similar graph for ComEd so we have enough to sort of benchmark the differences. This additional information would be invaluable to determine whether staying with IMEA is indeed the most cost-effective option, or perhaps it might prove more expensive in the long run. Thank you for your time and attention, and if you're interested, I can share my other observations when you wish. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're finished with that part of the schedule. First will be old business, and that is to approve the Public Utilities Advisory Board meeting minutes of February 27th, 2025, and the special meeting minutes of March 6th, 2025. We all should have received that. Yes. There's a motion to approve. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Aye. Ray? Yes. Okay, that's passed. New business. Prior to the new business that we're going to have, and we have that has been out to the public regarding the presentation of from Chris Townsend Energy Law Partners at CJT Energy Law, LLC, and Mark Pruitt, Principal at the Power Bureau. Are there any speakers prior to the next presentation? 3-minute limit applies. No speakers prior to that? Then we'll go ahead with that presentation, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mark Pruitt. I'm with the Power Bureau. Appreciate the invitation and opportunity to be here this evening.
Chris Townsend from CJT Energy Law. I'm a longtime energy attorney representing all sorts of entities in the Chicagoland area other than the local utilities. So large energy users, municipalities, investors, developers, electric co-ops, transmission companies, on a wide variety of issues. Represented them on legislative issues, regulatory issues, even out in the marketplace entering into contracts. For 25 years, I was with big law firms. For the last 5 years, I've been the managing partner at CJT Energy Law, my own law firm.
Great. By way of background, I'm an independent consultant. I advise renewable energy developers, large energy users, municipalities, institutions, and the like. I used to be somebody in the Illinois energy business. I was the director of the Illinois Power Agency, was responsible for negotiating the wholesale power contracts for Commonwealth Edison and Ameren, Illinois, as well as the renewable portfolio standard. Before that, I managed electricity and natural gas procurement for all the state agencies while I was at University of Illinois at Chicago. And I used to work at NICOR right up the highway here earlier in my career. I also fill out my time as an instructor at Northwestern in the Master of Science in Energy and Sustainability. So it's great to see such a full house of non-mandatory attendance. So I appreciate the audience's participation and interest in something that my children continue to try to convince me is very uninteresting. So thank you.
So we've been asked today to come and provide our view of some of the recent history of the Illinois energy world. These are not necessarily the views of our clients, and we are not going to be providing any recommendations for the board or for the city. We've not been asked to review any of those or any of the contracts, but rather we're going to do a little bit of a walk down history because, as you heard, both Mark and I have lived the history of the Illinois energy world from a number of different perspectives. So we'll begin by giving the context, talking about the energy laws. We'll also kind of just do a level setting, comparing the municipal utilities to the other types of entities that are out there in the marketplace. Then we'll talk a little bit more about the the way in which the market is operating as a result of some of those energy laws that are out there, and then some implications of what it is that all of that means for translating what we see as being the future of the energy world in Illinois.
Great. So we always like to start with the basics. My slides always have pictures because I have a short attention span. But one thing that I just want to level set with all the parties here is that a utility is not the same as, Commonwealth Edison is not the same as a municipal utility in Naperville. It's not the same as Corn Belt Cooperative. They all have different roles, different structures, different responsibilities. And all I really wanted to do with this slide was just to point out that from a functional standpoint, the way Naperville differs from Commonwealth Edison, largely, at least in the context of this conversation, is that the rates and services that are offered here in the city are the subject of your governance, your local governance, whereas the rates and services offered by Commonwealth Edison are set through the state law and the state regulator, the Commerce Commission. It's important to note this because I bump into this from time to time with clients who have presence in different utility structures, and they say, well, if Naperville is not part of IMEA, then the rules are pretty much the ComEd rules. That's not the case. You're still a municipal utility. You're still treated differently. There is no divergence or reversion over to ComEd unless there's some type of a formal agreement to do so. So I just wanted to set that as a context setter. When we talk about, did you want to jump in here?
Either way.
Okay. Well, you're the lawyer, so
Right.
you go ahead.
So there is this entire ecosystem that's out there of state laws and state regulation, the ecosystem that I practice in every day, that governs what it is that ComEd customers are subject to. So we've got laws that talk about a renewable portfolio standard. That doesn't apply to the municipality. Laws that have a clean energy standard at the state level, those don't directly impact municipal electric utilities. Net metering laws, electrification incentives that are out there, all are part of laws that were passed by the General Assembly. Then there's an entire regulatory structure that's out there that you don't have to deal with. And that's dealing with the Illinois Commerce Commission, the Illinois Power Agency. The Illinois Commerce Commission sets the rates for the utilities, sets the rates for ComEd, designs the rates in order to be able to try to achieve different types of social goals. It oversees the billing and metering of those utilities and helps encourage the competitive market that we'll talk about as well. Having said that, you're not directly impacted by those laws doesn't mean that you're not impacted by those laws.
That's right. And as Chris will walk through, what we see a pattern in Illinois and other states is that the states themselves are starting to intervene deeper and more aggressively into how the wholesale markets operate. And the implication for municipal utilities and cooperatives are that even though your municipality or like organizations might not have a renewable portfolio standard, the renewable portfolio standard that is supported through the state and then financed through the investor-owned utilities is altering the market in which you have to operate. It's not directly on you, but it's affecting your environment, right? So that's one of the takeaways that we're just going to focus on and try to delineate a little bit in terms of when we see a state policy, we know that that doesn't immediately impact you, but ultimately it will. And a good portion of our presentation this evening is to talk about how does the state of Illinois intervention affect both the supply side and the demand side of the wholesale markets. And as we all have gone through our introductory econ classes, when you start affecting supply and demand, you start affecting price, but you also start to affect reliability.
So now we begin the walk down memory lane. The concept of deregulation in the Illinois electric industry came to life in 1997. But there was a history of deregulation before that. You think about the deregulation of the airline industry, the trucking industry, the phone industry. Illinois was actually a leader in the idea of having competition for phones. Phil O'Connor was one of the leaders of the Illinois Commerce Commission here, and he led that charge on a national level. Having been successful in the phone deregulation effort, he, along with another chairman of the Illinois Commerce Commission, a subsequent chairman, Terry Barnage, led the charge for deregulating the energy industry in Illinois. And so the original concept for deregulation was to have the state step away from governing the idea of generation of electricity, rather than approving a construction of a power plant or disapproving of one. The state would step back and allow the market to decide what type of power plant should be built and have the market take the risk as to whether or not that was going to be a successful plant or an unsuccessful plant. Now the state is once again intervening in the wholesale markets. As we'll walk through the history here, instead of deregulation, we really are seeing the state step in a number of different ways for different subsidies that have impacted the wholesale marketplace. So far from being a fully deregulated wholesale market, we have a number of different laws and regulations that are impacting the wholesale market. Walking through the history, again, 1997, Illinois passes the Customer Choice and Rate Relief Law that provided an automatic discount to residential customers. It wasn't until 2002 that residential customers got to choose their electric supplier. What did that mean for the municipalities? There was no choice that was mandated for municipalities. You had your own contracts. You had contracts with ComEd at the time to supply the wholesale electricity. That changed, though, as ComEd stepped away from the generation market, made a decision that it was going to sell its generation and no longer was a part of the generation market. ComEd transformed into just a delivery company. And with that, municipalities had to look around. Where were they going to be able to take their supply from? You wouldn't just automatically take it from ComEd or from the generators that were part of ComEd. You were able to enter into the competitive market as a municipality and start buying the electricity yourself. So that was the first step of deregulation or the restructuring journey in Illinois. In 2007, so again, 5 years after customers had choice, residential customers had choice, we had our next piece of major legislation, the Illinois Power Agency Act, essentially trying to prevent the utilities from self-dealing, rather than having the utility as the provider of the last resort, have an automatic contract with its affiliate that it had just spun off. The General Assembly said, we want to have a separate agency that will go out there and procure that electricity. And it introduced the idea of RECs. You want to explain what a REC is and what the IPA did at the time?
If I recall correctly, a renewable energy credit is a certificate that identifies that a certain amount of renewable energy has been delivered to a regional grid, 1,000 kilowatt hours or 1 megawatt hour of electricity. And in Illinois, the Renewable Portfolio Standard was also part of the Illinois Power Agency Act, and it required the utilities to purchase a certain number of renewable energy credits equal to a percentage of the utilities' total delivered volume on an escalating scale, at the time going up to 25% of load match by 2025. So when people hear that the utilities in Illinois are buying renewable energy, that's not strictly true. They're purchasing certificates that identify that renewable energy was delivered at some point to the regional grid, and that it's not necessarily the electricity flowing through the wires that's renewable. It's just a certification that they've purchased these certificates and therefore can claim that a portion of their load is sourced from, quote unquote, renewable energy as defined in the statute.
So again, you'll find a cadence here. Every 4 or 5 years, there's new massive legislation that's passed before the General Assembly that coincides, I think, with a number of the legislators retiring because having gone through this process, there aren't a whole lot of legislators that want to sign up to go through the process of having omnibus energy legislation again. But the next step is the Electric Infrastructure and Modernization Act, or it's referred to as IEMA or EIMA, depending on who you're speaking with. This is actually the smart grid legislation. It's represented a change in the way in which the regulatory structure worked in Illinois. Rather than having the Commerce Commission regulate those delivery rates fully, they changed to an idea of formula rates and essentially said, ComEd just had to file information with the Commerce Commission that wasn't challenged at the same level, and they were able to have rate increases that went in automatically as a result of those formula rates. We also saw with IEMA, the introduction of a new social program associated with workforce development. So we've got the legislature, again, beginning to step into the wholesale market with some of the Illinois Power Agency Act and suggesting renewable energy. And now they're saying we're stepping away from the regulatory oversight of the utilities with IEMA. Then we come to the next large piece of legislation, the Future Energy Jobs Act. In this act, we have massive nuclear subsidies. Clearly the most aggressive entry into the wholesale market that the General Assembly had ever, where they provided cash to be able to keep the nuclear units in Illinois continuing to operate. They also enhanced the renewable portfolio standard, provided additional guidance as to the exact types of programs that they wanted to have advanced underneath that renewable portfolio standard, including community solar, low-income solar, and they started to have energy efficiency standards. Again, standards that weren't applicable to municipal utilities, but were mandated on the electric utilities. The last major piece of legislation was CEJA, the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act. 2021, again, we have additional nuclear subsidies that were a part of that legislation, more funding for the renewable portfolio standard, increasing the charges for customers throughout the state of the utilities, not of municipalities again, more workforce development, and now we've got a whole new level of regulatory oversight that's being put back into the law, as opposed to having the Commerce Commission sidelined. The Commerce Commission is more active than it's ever been in its history, not only looking at the specific rates of the utilities, but also trying to do long-term planning, trying to set up the state in order to be able to meet some of the most aggressive goals for clean energy in the entire United States.
And probably most relevant to your discussions ongoing, CEJA was the legislation that set the deadline for the reduction in emissions for carbon-emitting power generation in the state with, for all units greater than 25 megawatts in nameplate capacity, which affects the Prairie State Power Station.
So it's been 4 years since CEJA was passed, and what does that mean? It means that there's more omnibus energy legislation that's being debated down in Springfield, and we'll talk a little bit about what that is, what's being discussed down before the General Assembly, and how that might be able to, that might impact municipalities in the state as well.
Great. So it wouldn't be a consultant presentation unless you had a lot of numbers. So we're going to go high speed, low drag during this portion. So you can go back and take a look at these numbers or call us back and we'll explain. But a couple of things that are really pivotal right now in the policy discussions in Illinois is the state is very, very focused on meeting its renewable portfolio standard goal, which originally was 25% by 2025. Under CEJA, it converted into a clean energy goal with 100% clean energy by 2050. That clean energy is a combination of nuclear as well as renewable resources, okay? So to pay for that, at least the renewable portion of that, all the ComEd and Ameren and Mid-American energy customers in the state pay a renewable portfolio standard fee. That fee amounts to about $585 million a year. Those dollars are then embargoed or made available through the utility for purchase of renewable energy credits from approved projects, wind, solar, some hydro, and a few other minor categories. What we're showing here is the latest report from the Illinois Power Agency that identifies that the $585 million a year is not enough. You see all the way over on the far right-hand side, I learned this from my accountant, is that when there's parentheses, that's not a special note. That means negative balance. So essentially what this is saying is that as dollars come in each year, they're expended. The rate of expenditure, or the burn rate, is such that by 2028, 2029 period, the RPS will be negative in terms of final balance. So one of the drivers in the policy discussion is, if the current RPS does not have sufficient funds to continue to purchase renewable energy credits to meet the goals, what should be done, right? Should they raise the RPS fee? Should they change the goal? Should they move some things around? So this is going to be really pivotal, because this, in Illinois, the RPS funding is a primary driver of renewable development throughout the state. So it's an introduction on the supply side of the equation. So as you get more of these assets into the marketplace, it has a cost impact. And what we're looking at is that over time, yeah, you can go to the next one, is that over time, the IPA is saying, look, we want to layer in all these purchases. Those are the stacks, the layers that you see there. It looks like the Grand Canyon, right? But those planned procurements cannot get us up to the green line, which is the RPS goal in Illinois, that there's always going to be this gap. So again, the policy discussion is, do we try to race up to that line, or do we stick with the current budget and deal with those constraints as they stand today?
So part of the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act, as I suggested, was this idea of long-term planning. One of the long-term plans that they have for the state is referred to as the Renewable Energy Access Plan. It's, or the REAP. It kind of sounds like a horror movie. And
Blue Oyster Cult.
But the REAP is designed to be the roadmap to be able to reach these extraordinary goals that were set for the state. The process of the REAP was to try to be able to explain what it is that we see, both in terms of supply and demand, and how it is that we're going to be able to transition from the fossil fuel generators to a clean energy future. And unfortunately, what we see is that if there is a lot of increase in demand, we aren't going to have sufficient generation in the state in order to be able to reach those goals.
Right. So that's, part of the challenge. Another part of the challenge, so those are supply and then demand. Now we're going to stick on demand real quick. Yeah, go ahead. Perfect. Thank you. Is the policy of electrification in the state? Should the state phase out natural gas consumption in the interest of reducing emissions? So part of that gets into demand, and here's a graph that was presented from the natural gas workshop. And for most of these, I think these are hot links at the bottom of the slide. So if you want to go and do your own investigation, you should be able to go to the source materials. But what this graph is showing you is, starting over on the left-hand side, ComEd's peak winter load, peak load for electricity in the winter, 16,500 megawatts. Then ComEd's all-time high at 23,800 megawatts. Then, so that's on the electricity side. If you take a look at Nicor gas, the equivalent in terms of their average winter hour, The amount of natural gas that's delivered, the MMBTUs on an equalized basis, 30,600. Their peak all-time high, 63,300. If you combine the winter peak hourly load of ComEd's electricity and Nicor Gas's equivalent electricity consumption, if you were to replace the gas with electricity, you would need 79,800 megawatts to meet the wintertime requirements in northern Illinois. If you add on Peoples Gas, North Shore Gas, that goes to 108,000 megawatts, which is a 8x increase, 7x increase over the current peak demand for ComEd. So this gets to a little bit of a hidden issue in Illinois, which is if you're going to phase out certain types of energy sources, it needs to be replaced with something else. The question is, what is it going to be replaced with? Issue A. And then secondly, what are the increases and enhancements to the distribution and transmission system that's going to be necessary to deliver that amount of electricity? You can't simply push all that electricity through the current system. It will need to be significantly enhanced. So this gets to that demand side of the equation, which is, okay, we have these policy aspirations. Do they fit within the context of what the market can deliver?
So the goals in CEJA are that we're going to have a carbon-free power sector by 2045, and that we're going to have a carbon-free energy economy by 2050. So the future of gas process, or the fog, the next horror movie, I guess, title for the state, is trying to explore what it means to transition to a zero carbon economy and how it is that we're going to be able to do that. So they've already started this process, and it's been a series of workshops that have been held, just educational to date. But now that process is beginning to turn to try to look at what are the different pathways that we would be able to do as a state in order to be able to get there. What are the different pilot programs that the utilities could try in order to layer in something like renewable natural gas as a component, or geothermal energy? How are those pathways going to be able to be embraced as a state? One of the things that's getting lost at times during that discussion, though, is what is the overall cost of that? And this kind of gives you the idea of the magnitude of the effort of what it is that we're talking about with that type of transition. Another critical component of the transition to this carbon-free energy world is a multi-agency report with solutions, or referred to it as the MARS. This process from MARS is the idea of bringing together the Illinois Commerce Commission, the Illinois Power Agency, the Illinois Environmental Protection Agency, all to come up with a report that will be presented to the General Assembly by December 15th of this year. The report is designed to not only catalog where we're at with regards to the transition, but also identify if there are reliability concerns. Are there things that we should be worrying about as part of that transition? And the law requires them to propose solutions if they do identify reliability issues. And as we'll highlight, there certainly is reason to believe that there could be reliability issues on the horizon.
So I broke the no more than 12 words on a page, on a PowerPoint page on this one. I apologize. But this is just a rundown of a number of the topics that are being discussed in Springfield right now. There are about 6 separate bills that relate to energy. There's a sense that they will somehow in some configuration merge into a larger bill. But I just wanted to lay these out. I'm not going to read them to you, but a lot of this, the activity, is trying to address some of the challenges that the RPS is finding, to respond to the warnings from PJM, from Mid-Continent ISO, NERC, about the reliability, the eroding reliability throughout Illinois. And so you can see these, take them in your own time, but I think we just go ahead and move on to the next slide. So market operations. So we've talked about policy, and we know that as things change at the state level, that's going to have an impact on supply demand at the wholesale level. It's going to have an impact for cost and availability of resources for Naperville. Regardless of whether you're an IMEA or you're on your own, doesn't matter. You're still going to be exposed to the wholesale market. So the issue is what direction is the market going in the context of these policies? And then what hedging opportunities does the utility have to protect itself and the residents from price and reliability risks that might come from that? I always try to start with a point on cost. If you can just go back, thank you. That when we talk about the cost of electricity, it's always helpful to break that out into three separate buckets. One is the actual commodity itself. The second is the capacity, or called here reliability capacity. And the third is transmission. The other category would be ancillary services. Just take into note that when you talk about energy prices, in the wholesale market, energy and capacity are largely set through auction processes. So they reflect the relative balance of supply and demand at the point of time when the auction is held. Transmission is a little bit different. It's more fee-based. Ancillaries are also back on that auction process. So you get changes in price over time, and that is reflective of supply and demand. That is a regulatory decision. The decision was that instead of having people sitting at in a cubicle deciding to approve a price, that a competitive market auction was going to be the regulatory tool that would ensure cost competitiveness, transparency, and as a mechanism for controlling and maintaining that no single supplier in the market could corner the market and force prices onto consumers. The auction process is fairly simple. Every hour of every day is subject to an auction. Today, an auction announcement was sent to all generators within the region. Those generators are obligated to provide a bid for their asset going into the next day. Every hour, there's a process that PJM in our region uses that stacks up all of the offers for energy supply between 1 and 2 p.m. tomorrow afternoon. Give me a price today and a volume. They get lined up according to price, and PJM says, what's our demand expectation for between 1 and 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon? It's right where the vertical demand line is on this graph. They say, we need everything to the left of that line to be under contract. The marginal producer is a gas producer in this case. That sets the spot price. That spot price is then paid to the renewables, the nuclear, the coal, and the gas assets that all cleared the auction. This is, because it's a clearing price auction, that's why you have different prices for every hour of every day. It's why you have a lot of volatility, not only seasonally, but within the day, right? There's on-peak and off-peak hours. And then there's other settlement processes that correct the auction results every 5 minutes. So lots of moving parts.
One of the things that the Climate and Equitable Jobs Act does is that it has a sunset date for fossil generators. This is a flow chart that PJM has put together that essentially says that most of the natural gas peaker plants in northern Illinois are going to have to be shuttered by January 1st of 2030. If you walk through the various different decision-making trees here, the upshot is that privately held peaker plants near environmental justice communities have an end date of January 1st, 2030 that they have to either achieve zero emissions, or what most likely is going to happen, and what we've seen is that they're looking to shut down at that date. There is a longer time frame for municipal or publicly held entities, but ultimately by 2045, again, this is the way in which the state is looking to achieve the zero emissions for the power sector.
And again, I'm not going to read all this to you, but it's fairly easy to identify all the natural gas power plants in the northern Illinois, and then to run through the requirements on the prior slide's flow chart. And what we see is that depending on the project or the plant, its location, its emissions level, and its heat rate, we know that a good number of plants are going to have to either retire or significantly reduce their emissions starting in 2030, then more in 2035, then more in 2040, and then finally in 2045. What this really means is, I'm not saying, oh, poor natural gas power plant operators. That's not the point here. The point is that, remember what we said about volatility in prices? Well, the only way you can protect yourself against volatility in prices is by hedging. By hedging, you need a counterparty. Typically, a counterparty in the wholesale market is a power generator. So if you push more power generators out of the market, you have fewer hedging options as a load-serving entity, right? So not saying it's good, not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that the way it works is as you start to take generators out of the mix, you start to have greater exposure to issues of price volatility and reliability.
And you should be aware that we're already seeing this happen. We're already seeing the retirement of the plants in anticipation of that 2030 date. Recognize that in order to be able to operate a power plant, you have to maintain the plant, which requires millions of dollars of upkeep. These generators now are deciding whether or not they're going to continue to operate those plants, continue to make those million-dollar investments to be able to maintain the plants, or in some cases what we're seeing is that they're looking to just sell the plants, which then are going to get pulled out from the Illinois market, moved somewhere else, probably to power a data center in another state.
So if those retire, can't we just replace them with wind and solar? Well, absolutely you could, but the wholesale markets are going to have to pick up the pace. This is a study from Lawrence Berkeley Laboratories that took a look at the past 10 years of wholesale power projects that have been proposed for interconnection to the wholesale market. So you see PJM there. What the study shows is that in PJM, only it looks like 15% of the projects that were proposed over the past 10 years actually got built, actually were allowed to get through the interconnection queue and actually got built. 24% is the weighted average number of projects. So 15% of the capacity, 24% of the projects. So if you want to replenish what is going to be retiring, you need to have a fairly rapid and regular expansion in those assets, and it's not happening at the wholesale level. Secondly, and this was mentioned a little bit earlier, is that when assets are introduced into the wholesale market, they must not only bid into the energy, the day-ahead energy market, they must bid into the capacity market. Well, if you have a 100, called a 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant, that nuclear power plant in PJM's world can bid 92.6% of that 1,000 megawatts as capacity into the market. The numbers you're seeing here are an expectation of availability. Capacity means the ability to meet peak demand on demand, right? So nuclear power plants are typically on almost all the time. So they're given a very high factor of 92.6. So they would have 926 megawatts from a 1,000 megawatt nuclear power plant would be counted as capacity. As you move down, there is a decline in the number. So a coal plant would only be estimated to have 47.8% availability. So only 478 of 1,000 megawatts of coal capacity would be deemed as eligible to bid into the auction. And then on down to hydro, wind, and solar. It's not saying that those assets are not valuable. It's just saying that they are not dispatchable. It's very difficult to have them available at a point in time when the grid operator needs them to dispatch at full output. This is a trend we've seen for quite a long time. We've seen natural gas and coal ELCCs, estimated load carrying characteristics, ratings going down. It's just part of the environment. What this means for you is that even if you brought on, if you have 5,000 megawatts of natural gas assets retire in Northern Illinois, you can't simply bring on 5,000 megawatts of wind and solar. You need about 4x, 5x of that. And when you take a look at the interconnection success rate within PJM, again, it's just not backfilling quickly enough. And it's not just Mark and Chris saying this. PJM manager just noted that they expect a capacity shortage in the general PJM market as early as 2026, 2027, which is pretty much right now. And then also PJM filed with, in the FERC docket, noted below, the ComEd region will likely face a shortfall of 680 megawatts by 2030 if the reliability requirement and settle, that's the import-export limits, values remain constant. So it's not five-alarm fire, but it is definitely iceberg ahead in terms of, is there enough capacity available in Northern Illinois to meet peak demand?
And just to kind of bring that home, when you don't have enough generation to meet demand, that means there is a brownout or a blackout. So what we are seeing in these words is code for there is an increased risk of blackouts in the Chicago area before 2030.
And why is that? Well, we've already identified the supply issues, but let's take a look at the demand issues. Part of the part of the balance is, do you have enough supply to meet your demand? Well, if demand was flat, the way it has been for most of my career in Illinois, no problem, right? You had excess capacity, you could afford to have some of that retire. However, we have most recently from PJM's load growth and peak demand projections, you see 2024 and 25 there going up fairly steeply. There is a projection that demand for electricity is on the upswing throughout all of PJM, and that there is a pronounced need for new dispatchable capacity to meet that. Where is it coming from? Well, according to PJM, it's coming from, you look on the lower right-hand graph here, some industrial growth, that's in the purple down on the bottom, right, on the bar charts, and then data centers. So data centers, which support a lot of our modern day living, require an immense amount of power. The projected growth rate in ComEd looks very similar to the projected growth rate in all other portions of PJM. And you can see that, you know, the ComEd's summer peak demand is expected to go from somewhere around 20,000 megawatts up to 25,000 megawatts in the fairly near future. What does this mean? Okay, well, it means there's going to be less supply, more demand. Well, on energy prices, that means that prices probably go up. So here's no one knows exactly what the prices are going to be, but I went out and grabbed the forward price curve from Chicago Mercantile Exchange, as good a barometer as any other, and projected the monthly contracts for Northern Illinois. And we see when we put the red trend line in there that we're probably, at least based on today's expectation, what's baked into the wholesale market is about a 20% increase in on-peak energy prices between 2025 and 2029 in our region. We're also seeing that compression or that tightness between capacity and demand starting to show itself in capacity prices. Starting in June, load-serving entities in PJM in Northern Illinois are going to see their capacity rate go from $29 to $270 a megawatt day. The good news is that we're not Maryland, which is $466 or $444 a megawatt day. What this really means from a region-wide basis is that the cost for capacity in that price stack that we looked at earlier is going up about $1 billion between June 2025 and May 2026. Then, on top of that, there's a need to make significant upgrades to the transmission system throughout the region with retirements of coal and natural gas plants in Northern Illinois. Northern Illinois used to be an energy exporter. It was pretty much the powerhouse of the Midwest, with a lot of energy being exported to Ohio, Indiana, and surrounding states. That trend is reversing. PJM has run an estimate in terms of what changes to the transmission system need to be made to ensure that power can't just flow out of Northern Illinois, but it can flow into Northern Illinois to meet peak demand requirements. Their estimate right now on the far right hand of the graph is about $785 million. That transmission cost is inescapable. We've tried for years to find a clever way to get around transmission costs, but the only thing you can do is maybe avoid them for a year or two, because the way transmission costs are established is that there is a transmission cost to operate and guarantee. So there's the hardware, guaranteed returns. For this current year, it's $846 million that's being paid to ComEd for the transmission assets in Northern Illinois. That gets divvied out to all consumers, right? There's no escaping it. And if you add in the $700 million of upgrades, that will increase this charge year over year, not just on a one-for-one basis, but then there's the cost of finance and the like that build on top. Did you want to take reliability?
Sure. So as I suggested, there is a reliability issue, not just with regards to ComEd, not just in PJM, but actually throughout the United States because of the energy transition. And so, from a municipal perspective, you certainly can be financially hedged, but there still is this whole question of, is there going to be a reliable grid to be able to deliver the electricity to you?
And then economic growth. If the capacity is not available in Northern Illinois or all of Illinois or anywhere, then industry goes elsewhere. Take a look at a data center. 1,000 megawatts of data centers represents about $12 billion in development costs, and then it's about $60 billion of equipment costs within the data center. Data centers will go elsewhere. If there's not capacity in Northern Illinois, they'll go to Ohio, they'll go to Kentucky, they'll go elsewhere. So this really does become a nuts and bolts issue for, okay, is it inconvenient, is it more expensive on a residential utility bill? Yes, but there's also long-term implications that if you can't meet the demand for new data centers, can you meet demand for EVs? Can you meet the demand for electrification? All these are waterfall effects, and they really start to circle back to those policy decisions.
So one of the ideas that's been kicked around is, well, couldn't we just have a microgrid? And certainly that is a possibility, but it does have a number of challenges that it would face if you were to go down that path.
Great. And I'm a big fan of microgrids. I've worked at UIC and at IIT on those microgrids. I think they're awesome. However, your objectives have to be reliability and cost. So the constraints are you're still going to want to have your system, even if you were to have a microgrid for Naperville. I think that would be really interesting to contemplate. You're still going to need to be connected to the regional grid. There's still going to be that need for redundancy, resiliency, and the like. There's a cost to that, right? Then there's balancing. Then there's your supply chain. What would be the cost of equipment and availability of equipment technologies to meet that goal? And then, again, you're running into this emissions phase out. What technology are you going to bring into Naperville that's going to be able to meet your domestic load? It can't be natural gas because that will be phased out over time, right? So you're going to have to look at other options. And then there's some unknown. There's capital costs, legalities, that's why people like Chris do a lot of work, your expansion needs, your growth rates, and then your optionality into the future. So, there's lessons learned from the microgrids in the area. Not saying it can't happen, but it comes with its challenges. It's not a free option.
And you don't have to look beyond the headlines, really, of the trade press for the energy industry to be able to see what those challenges are. That supply chain issue isn't just something that economists talk about. There really is a lack of transformers that are available to be able to establish something like that. There really are issues associated with trying to connect new generation onto the PJM grid. So there are a number of different challenges that would be out there with that type of approach.
So in conclusion, and thank you for your patience, I know this is not super interesting sometimes, but your baseline premise is that you're somewhat insulated from energy policies at the state. However, the state's intervention is going to affect the environment in which you have to operate, right? That's fair to say. you're going to face growing risks that, the energy, from a cost standpoint, price volatility, and then grid reliability, which we all just itemize. And then mitigation is going to be something that I think all municipals and large industrials served by the investor-owned utilities, they're in the same boat. They're going to need to find ways to operate in this environment to not only protect themselves financially, but also from a reliability standpoint. So it'll be very interesting to see how the state reacts and responds. And, as I've said many times, when it comes to Springfield, if you're not at the table, you're on the table. So I would advise you to be very engaged with what happens in Springfield, even if it doesn't affect you directly.
So as a municipality, you're going to be exposed to a number of different risks going forward. The risk of volatility is very real, and it's growing. The market prices are projected to be increasing, and there's an issue of scarcity going forward. The risk of blackouts is real. So what can you do in the face of those risks? First, what you're doing today, be informed, right? You guys are a fantastic entity in order to be able to help the city of Naperville be informed. Secondly, have a plan. And again, that's what you're trying to do for the city. Kudos to you for doing that, because in many situations, people don't have a plan. But as part of that plan, you should always expect the unexpected, because that's happened time and time again in the energy world. And then you have to execute the plan. So your concerns going forward are reliability, cost, and transparency. They're the same types of costs that all of the large energy users that we deal with on a regular basis. So your interests are very much aligned with those types of entities that are out there. As you think about the future, look for different partners that you can align with down in Springfield, out in the marketplace as well. Thank you very much for your time. We're here to answer any questions if you'd like.
Yes, thank you very much, both of you. That was very enlightening and very complete. That was very, very nice. Are there any questions from the PUAB at this point? Of course.
All right. Thank you very much. That was very revealing, very sobering discussion about what is coming down the road. Now, sorry, there's a gentleman with his hand up back there.
Could I ask a question? No. No, this is the PUAB. If I opened it up to everybody, we would be here, everybody would be asking a question. Hopefully, and I think we've done a very good job of that, is that we will have asked a question that you want answered. Go ahead.
My focus is generally cost. What is this going to cost everybody down the road? I think there's very little analysis of that that's been done. There's a lot of opinions thrown around, but very little costs. So, Mark, I want to ask you something. You touched on it very briefly, but it's about batteries. Mm-hmm. There's legislation to look at installing batteries in Illinois. And you're familiar with the report entitled Cost and Benefit Analysis of Energy Storage Resource Deployment in Illinois. You're familiar with that report?
I am familiar with that report.
You wrote it, right?
I wrote that report.
Okay.
Correct.
So on page 23, I'm sure you've got it memorized, but on page 23, and I want to focus on cost.
Yes.
We can talk about benefits later. I just want to focus on cost. On page 23, it literally says, scaling the energy storage program to 15,000 megawatts would carry a projected total cost of $50 billion for the period between 2030 and 2049. $46 billion. Now, this was written in 2024. Prices have gone up. There's new tariffs that's going to drive the price up. This is a incredibly probably low number, I would imagine, if it was be redone today, correct?
It would be different. I don't know that it would be radically different. There's offsetting benefits in terms of facilitation of interconnection agreements, the existence of a number of projects that have already been in the queue, they've already absorbed their cost, et cetera, but it likely could be higher.
All right, we'll use 46 billion.
Sure.
I don't know how to do this, but I went on AI and asked how many ratepayers are there in Illinois. It said 5 million. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's wrong.
Sounds about right.
It's probably close.
Yeah, about 3.5 in ComEd and another 1.5 in Ameren and Mid-American.
So when I divide 46 billion by 5 million, I get roughly, I'm just going to round it off to $10,000 per ratepayer or per account.
Over 20 years.
Over 20 years. But these are going to be built sooner rather than later.
Correct.
So we're talking about roughly $10,000 per ratepayer per account, however you want to look at it, to build these batteries. Now, people probably aren't aware that this is like coming down the road, but this is a cost that's going to overlay everything else we've been talking about so far in the transition to renewables, correct?
Correct. It would be additive.
This is additive. So when we talk about the price of renewables, whether high or low, this is coming down the road if it's made law.
Correct.
Now, the reason that the state of Illinois is looking at adding all these batteries is because of renewables, correct?
It's supportive of renewables, but I think it's more a response to the reliability concerns and the lack of success at the wholesale level of connecting new capacity at a rate that will ensure reliability in northern Illinois served by PJM and central southern Illinois served by MISO.
Okay, but you need batteries to operate at night because the sun's not shining, right? I mean,
Correct.
This is why you put batteries in when clouds go overhead, solar fields don't produce. So you got to have batteries, right? And one of the reasons we have to have batteries is because we're retiring natural gas-fired peaker plants, correct?
That would be part of it, yeah.
That's part of it. So CEJA requires that a certain number of natural gas peaker plants be shut down by 2030, 2035, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these batteries have to be replacing those natural gas peaker plants. I think
Yes.
it's fair to say that, right?
I think that's fair, yes.
So are you familiar with this was an ICC filing. It's entitled, Chris, I know you're familiar with this, Verified Initial Comments of LS Power regarding the second draft Renewable Energy Access Plan.
Yeah.
This is a report that was issued by an owner of some of those peaker plants, these natural gas peaker plants. Just for everybody's benefit, these plants run when the RTO calls for power because there's been a shortage or there's a demand, there's a need. They ramp up immediately, they go down, they come up, they go down. They fill the gap between supply and demand.
That's right. On the hottest days that they're asked to run, but they also serve an important purpose of being able to help balance the grid when there's an unexpected outage of a plant, for example.
Okay. And there's also a frequency issue, maintaining frequency, which is way too technical here. But in this report, it says that in ComEd alone, this phase-out schedule implies approximately 18.5 gigawatts of thermal retirements through 2045, 12 gigawatts of which is by 2030. That's what the report says.
Yeah, and again, you remember that flow chart that I had up there that PJM put together. Essentially, that report crunched the numbers for the peaker plants and said, what does that mean in terms of which plants are going to have to be retiring by 2030, 2035, 2040?
Okay, I'm just reading what it says.
Yep.
And just to put this into perspective, this report says 12 gigawatts are retiring by 2030. The entire capacity of Illinois' nuclear fleet is about 12 gigawatts, correct?
Yeah, that's about right.
So just so everybody understands, what we're shutting down here in the natural gas peaker plants and nameplate capacity is equal to all of Illinois' nuclear power plants. This is a big deal.
It's massive, yeah.
And you used the word blackout earlier, and I'm glad you did that because I think people need to understand that we're in the throes of a slow motion train wreck here that could cause that for a lot of reasons. And one of the reasons we're here is to explore whether Naperville should renew its contract with IME or not. If Naperville chooses not to renew its contract with IMEA, presumably it's going to have to go out and buy power out in the future sometime through some process. Or we can build our own power generation sources. But more than likely, Naperville is going to go out and buy power from whomever, do some PPAs, get some wholesale energy from suppliers, et cetera, et cetera. I would imagine that it would start getting serious about that in, say, the year 2030. I'm just making up numbers here. I don't know, because the IMEA supply contract ends in 2035. So I would assume that it would start working, Mr. Goff would start working early on that and trying to figure out where our power is going to come from. What's your opinion of Naperville going out, trying to buy power in 2030 when these natural gas-fired power plants are all going to be shut down because of CEJA? You've mentioned the word blackouts. We have reliability concerns because of all the wind and solar that's being absorbed into the system. What's your opinion about going out into the market, pick a year, 2030, 2031, 2032, and trying to secure power? Can you give an opinion on that?
Yeah, I appreciate the underlying of all of those concerns, and they're real concerns. The role that we're playing here today is essentially as reporters, not as recommenders, right? So we're providing you with the history of what we've seen historically, the impact of what those laws are going to be going forward, reporting essentially what people are saying out there in the marketplace as to what they anticipate. But again, our role today is not to be a recommender for you, but rather to be a resource to provide that history and background.
Okay, that's a good lawyerly answer.
If I could just, can I interrupt for just a second? As it relates to, you're right, we're not asking for a recommendation. I think what Jim was asking for, at least I thought he was asking for, was an opinion, not a recommendation. An opinion as to what the environment more than likely would be in that time frame.
Yeah, and again, I think that Mark has provided some insights into what the way in which the market is being viewed, right? But in terms of the opinion of what the market is going to look like, all we can do is say, all we're doing here today is saying this is what we believe the trend line is currently, and underneath the current structure, this is what we would anticipate would be the environment at the time. And I think that we've given you those facts. And then it's up to you to use your opinions to be able to try to persuade others based on these facts as to what the appropriate next step is going to be.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Is that it from you, Jim?
Well, if anybody else has, I have a couple more, but
Does anybody want to bring one up?
I just have a comment. Being in this business for 30 years, my rule of thumb is to try to be a buyer when nobody else is, and try to be a seller when nobody else is. So thinking about the future, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years from now, the volatility, the demand, instinctually, and from my experience in the marketplaces, I expect high levels of volatility due to uncertainty. Risk tolerance of market participants is going to change. You've already felt that today. Looking at forward curves 5 and 10 years from today, good luck getting a price offer from a supplier, first and foremost. So my comment is really for the board, just to talk about price volatility, the level of unknowns that we're facing as an industry, more than likely is going to drive up cost. So when we talk about cost and looking for low-cost options as a group and for our citizens and our ratepayers, I really don't want to be hanging out there guessing on 100% of what our requirements are going to be 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now.
Well, I think that's where we were looking for, at least an educated opinion of where we're going. And I think, Mark, both of you really have said with your diagrams that that's what's happening. That's where we're going.
I would say in terms of, I would advise you the same as I advise other large institutional entities that I work with, bear two things in mind. One is that today is not forever, right? Things can settle down, they can shoot up. It's hard to know. And because of that is point two, the goal shouldn't be to be 100% right. You can never be 100% right because the market is always going to change. If you take a position today, you could be completely off base tomorrow. The goal is not to be 100% right. It's not to be 100% right. It's not to be 100% wrong, which is, you know, an old-fashioned hedger's way of saying you need to really dig into what are all of your options, and then to have a plan to say if this, then that, because it's going to change. You know, I was able to pull prices for 4 years. Getting, you know, 15-year prices, that would be a really, really tough job. So I think that the advice is try to diversify to the extent possible, but you have to be realistic in terms of what options are available within the market. And that goes back to our thesis, which is state policy is impacting what options are available in the market.
So when you have state policy, the wild card that keeps on adding, I guess, to the complexity of the situation, and it's a complex situation for sure, to say for the city that things could be better or could be worse, or that we could be missing something if we get obligated one way or the other is not necessarily, I mean, if you're thinking about yourself, do you want to leave yourself out that way and say, I guess I'll just hope that things will catch up, versus this is what we see, this is what the numbers are showing us right now, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I would just say that hope is not a really good business plan.
That's right.
So
that's exactly.
You know, but I think your sentiment is directionally absolutely correct. You have to really understand the constraints of what we know and what we think we know. You know, just going to PJM, they've operated since the 1920s. And yet, over the past 2 years, they've had to correct their forward demand projections based on heretofore unforeseen growth in demand, right? They were caught flat-footed. They admit it. It's not a criticism. It's just an observation. So if they can miss it, all the rest of us can miss it as well.
Again, one of the underlying points is expect the unexpected, right? There are many known unknowns, but there are also many unknown unknowns. And so having a plan needs to take that into consideration as well.
Excellent. That was it. Anybody else? Yes, please, Bill.
Thank you guys for the presentation, very insightful. Wondering, in your guys' professional experience, if you've ever consulted with any similar type users who have been in a similar situation where they are potentially signing a contract that starts 10 years out into the future? And if so, what did that look like?
Yeah, I don't know that I've ever had a client that was looking to enter into a contract 10 years, a contract that would begin flowing 10 years into the future. I have advised clients with regards to energy procurements that would have locked them in for a certain strategy for, you know, decades going forward, but never a situation where the actual contract delivery would begin that far in the future. I haven't ever done that.
Nor have I.
And could you just share with us what is the longest period of time that one of these clients has entertained?
There's a concept of chilled water agreements that have kind of the longest lifespan that I've seen. And so, you know, that requires, you know, buildings to be signing. You know, at the time they were talking about 50-year agreements. You know, I don't know that I've ever had a client that signed a 50-year agreement, but I know that that's been discussed for that type of district cooling, chilled water agreement type of structure.
I'm sorry, I may not have asked the question correctly. We're looking at a time frame where the contract would begin in 10 years. So how far out have you advised a client to begin a contract?
Yeah, It
What about,
usually
like-
is within the year.
Within a year.
What about like with virtual PPAs or, you know, those types of deals that are more structured? I mean, usually those are at least 5 years out before you start seeing traction or implementation.
Right. I was going to comment that I worked on a number of VPPAs, PPAs, similar transactions. Data center transactions tend to be 5, 6, maybe 7 years into the future, but that's not the 10 years that was mentioned by Phil.
And I kind of view this a little bit like, for the board again, that the IMEA, you kind of have to look at this as though you are entering into a virtual PPA type of structure because they are putting together plans for incremental large-scale solar arrays that will benefit the city. So for me, I think about, you know, the timing of this is not that far out of, I guess, the realm of reality based upon the amount of structure that has to go into place before actually buying batteries, buying solar, buying land, doing the things that it takes to get these projects actually built and operational. Not to mention, we talked about the interconnection issues with PJM and trying to get those things through and the backlog there. So there are timing issues, in my opinion, that I think support you know, the time frame that IMEA has presented to us.
Again, large-scale real estate development, I've dealt with those types of delays for that as well. I just don't know that I've actually suggested in that situation that they be signing an agreement at that time.
Any other questions? Michelle, no? Yeah.
I guess just a kind of a comment back. I totally appreciate the need for, you know, planning out and ahead. I think the difference between 10 years in advance versus maybe 9 gives us a little bit more time to do some more due diligence. That's my thoughts at this point.
Thank you. Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, okay, that's a good point. And I'm going to turn the spotlight over to Director Groth over there. Because I think, you know, we're kind of between a rock and a hard place here. And we got this deadline from IMEA, which says make a decision now. But if we wait too long, that decision point may go away. And I just wanted to clarify some facts with Director Groth over there. There was a article in the one of the local newspapers where a Naperville VIP, I'll just leave it at that, said the following: Naperville is required to notify IMEA by 2030 whether we notify, or excuse me, whether we renew our contract or not. That's what was said. So, Brian, if you could just, I'm just say some facts, tell me if these are correct or not. Unless extended, this contract runs until 2035, correct?
Correct.
In order to terminate the existing, I'm talking about the existing contract that they're operating right now. In order to terminate that contract, either party must give 5 years notice, correct?
That's correct.
So 5 years notice from 2035 is 2030. Otherwise, it goes evergreen. That's the existing contract. Okay, now let's talk about the proposed contract, the proposal that's on the table from IMEA. That has a 20-year term starting in 2035, correct?
That's correct.
Naperville has a right to buy 10% of its power from whoever it wants as long as the source is low CO2 emissions.
Correct.
Does the year 2030 enter into the discussion at all for the renewal?
No.
So there's no mention of 2030 in the renewal?
No.
IME asked all of its members to accept the contract proposal no later than April 30th, 2025, correct?
That's correct.
How long has that offer been on the table?
About a year and a half.
Year and a half. Does Naperville have a contractual right to accept IMEA's proposal after April 30th, 2025?
No.
So after April 30th, IMEA can retract its offer and Naperville would have no recourse, correct?
That's correct.
Now, I understand that out of the goodness of their heart, they could give us some more time if they want, but technically what's written in black and white in that proposal is an April 30th deadline. If we pass it up, they could just say, so long, Naperville. They could do that if they wanted to, correct?
The board of directors could, yes.
If Naperville were to put this out for bid, you know, write up an RFP and all those things with all of the things that we'd like to see from a bid, how long would that take for Naperville to pull that together and get it out the door?
About 6 months is what our procurement folks request for an RFP.
6 months.
Yes.
So this is the rock and the hard place. We've got this April 30th deadline, which, you know, this is like an option, so to speak. And if those of you that trade stocks, it's an option. It's in the money. It has an expiration date, and we either exercise it or not. And it seems like that if we go out for bid, go out to do an RFP, take 6 months to get it out, probably 3-4 months for companies to respond to it. We could be a year from today before we get the results of a bid. And I would think that more than likely IMEA would have rejected us by then. That's just my opinion looking at these dates and facts. I'm not asking you to agree to that or anything. But I think that's the risk that we have on the table right now. As we went through last meeting with the PUAB, IMEA in 2035 is going to offer us a very, very low price for the power that they generate. $30 a megawatt hour they disclose to us is their production cost at Prairie State. We're a partial owner, through IMEA, we're a partial owner of Prairie State. We see their books, we know what their production costs are. They own the coal in the ground. It's the only price increases between now and then are CPI. There's no market risk whatsoever. So what we're facing is a $30 megawatt hour price for power starting in 2035 versus who knows what it'll be in the market in 2035. I think those are the facts that we're facing right now, and you know, our new city council leaders will have to make a decision whether that's an option they want to pass up on or not.
Brian, do you have a sense of, I mean, if we go back to IMEA and ask, hey, can we have another year to make a decision? Could you extend this off for another year to give us some more time?
I would not want to speak for the entire board of directors of IMEA. I will say that 25 or 26 members have already signed the contract extension.
Out of the how many?
Out of 32.
If going out to kind of follow what your thought is, to say that to get a request from someone to give us a price that far out, how likely is that? Russ, you're in that business. What would you say?
The pool of bidders is going to be small. I don't think we're going to have a whole lot coming back to us. I mean, we've had conversations. I mean, personally, I've spoken with BP, I've spoken with Constellation, and I've asked them the question about pricing, 10 years from today, and they're like, well, we'll give you a price today for the next 10 years, but I'm not going to give you anything that starts 10 years from now. So the market, again, liquidity in the marketplace is an important factor, and there is no liquidity 10 years from now in the marketplace. So you're 100% risk as to what the market's going to provide.
So that doesn't sound like a very good option. I mean, you're not going to get anyone to respond to you that wants to obligate themselves to provide power to us 10 years from now.
Yeah, and certainly when you look at the graphs that Mark and Chris put up about future demand, especially if gas peakers go away. If I'm a generator and I can look down the curve and see, oh my goodness, look at all the demand coming my way, or the lack of capacity coming my way, I'm going to hold on to that as long as I possibly can before I get a price on it. So I think that's an important factor of how these markets behave. When you are an asset owner or a supplier in this business, they work on very thin margins, 95 to 99% of the time, and they're looking and waiting for that 1% of the time to capitalize. And it's when the markets get tight and they get volatile that these participants, they get rewarded. I don't want to be on the wrong side of that.
Any comments on that? what we've just discussed in front of you?
I have no comments on your calendar dates, but in terms of Russ has mentioned in terms of the market dynamic of requesting prices, that's consistent with my experience as well.
Brian, I was just curious, is there a place where the members who have voted to be in that contract is made public?
Yes, it's been made public in the board meetings. The contract extensions have been voted on by the board of directors.
Okay, so that's something we can get from IMEA?
Yeah, it's also in their board minutes, and it's been reported to through managers' memorandums, as well as the IMEA board minutes that are on their website. So I can certainly provide you the list of members that have resigned.
Okay, thank you.
Isn't that something we get? We review, we get your minutes with our meetings.
That's
that we
correct.
Review.
It's been in the
It's already, I mean, we already have it in the information that's passed out. Oh, yeah.
It's been included in the PUAB packets, yes.
Yeah, they'll make sure they get it for you, for sure. Any other, yes, go ahead, Phil.
Brian, what is the estimated value of the renewal that IMEA has proposed?
We spend about $100 million a year in current with IMEA. Some years it's up to 120, some years it's closer to 100. So over a 20-year period.
But that includes the bond payments, right? That
That's
are going to expire in 2035?
That's correct. The bond payments expire in 2035, and we explored with IMEA when they were here, the bond payments are about $25 of that $80 a megawatt hour price that's current from IMEA.
You know, one way I look at this is that Naperville has suffered paying bond payments for the last, or will have suffered paying bond payments for the 20 years of the existing contract. And then at the moment when those bond payments are going to go away, we're considering walking away from the contract. To me, it's like having a mortgage on your house and paying it for 20 or 30 years, and when that mortgage is paid off, you just kind of abandon your house. I'm not sure why we would want to do that. That's going to be a very valuable economic benefit for Napervillians when 2035 rolls around that we're considering walking away from, on top of a very low price.
Go ahead. Anybody else? Well, I saw your mic's on. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to ask for further clarification. Does the city have the ability to procure what I guess that would be a $100 million plus contract without doing an RFP? Or what are the requirements that will allow them to basically, I guess, I don't know if that's considered sole sourcing or not. Can you help us understand that?
Yeah, I would refer to our procurement folks and with our legal counsel, but we've reviewed the contract extension with legal as well as with procurement, and they don't see any issues from a technical perspective with us contracting.
Would it be the same when you have a contractor that you've been working with for a while versus putting it out and not knowing what the market is, but also knowing what the market is? You have someone that you're working with and you know what the market is.
Yeah, I'll just kind of reiterate my statement that procurement and legal have looked over this contract and have no technical issues with the contract and presenting that to council or presenting that here or having a conversation with it here. They've had no issues there.
Any other questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much. It was very enlightening. Really appreciate it. Thank you for your help.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Our next business will be receiving the presentation from the Naperville Environmental and Sustainability Task Force, NEST. Pardon me, I just looked down at my notes. Are there any speakers prior to this next presentation? Seeing none, please.
Okay. Good evening for this marathon PUAB session here tonight. My name is Catherine Clarkin. I'm a resident of Naperville, have been living here since 2009. And I'm one of the co-leaders of NEST, the Naperville Environment and Sustainability Task Force. Thanks for that presentation. We had a couple of things that I took from that were there's a lot of education that needs to happen and a lot of planning and thinking about diversifying. So we're going to be talking about some of those things tonight. You all start with your credentials, so I'll start with mine. I'm an environmental chemist. I worked on human health risk assessment and data analysis, environmental data analysis for EPA, Environmental Protection Agency, Region 9 Superfund program. And I currently run a nonprofit called Accelerate Climate Solutions, which brings clean solar energy to low and moderate income families. We appreciate this opportunity to address you tonight. NEST is part of a bigger alliance called the Say No to Coal Alliance. So we're here representing the voices of many residents in Naperville who believe that our city has a duty to our current residents and to future generations by ensuring a responsible transition to clean energy. All three of those, responsible, transition, and clean energy. I think probably most of the people in this room tonight are not out here because they want, they're here just because of the cost of energy, but because they care about this clean energy transition. The voice of all of these people was heard in the recent election, as is evidenced by a headline in E&E News, which is a publication of Politico. The headline read, "Chicago Suburb Rebukes Coal, Elects Pro-Climate Council." As Councilwoman-elect Mary Gibson noted in the article, policy-wise, it was probably the biggest issue. It's what I spoke to voters most about. Naperville cares about this decision. We cannot rush into it. I forgot to advance my slides. Okay, so this evening we'll be sharing with you a bit more about who we are. I'll then hand it over to Dr. Paul Bloom, who is a professor of physics at North Central College, to address why our energy choice matters. Paul Deffenbaugh, a journalist and longtime Naperville resident, will then talk about why this decision should reflect Naperville values. Fernando Arreola, a public relations professional, will then talk about just a handful of case studies from other communities and other states. And you might want to pay close attention to Iowa especially, which is not that different from Illinois, but has a big portfolio of clean energy. After that, you'll be hearing from Joe Huss, an engineer and project manager, who will elaborate on a vision for clean energy future, including highlighting some of the shortcomings of what has been presented thus far to the board. Teresa Huss, another longtime Naperville resident and experienced project manager, will propose a responsible process for determining how and from whom Naperville gets its electricity after September 2035. And then we're here to answer questions, and we hope to have a dialogue with you. Our goals tonight are, number one, to introduce NEST as a key partner to plan our energy future. Number two, to remind everyone that Naperville has both an obligation and an opportunity to address climate change. Number three, to shed light on opportunities that have not yet been addressed. And number four, to advocate for a process that involves multiple stakeholders and experts before any recommendations are made. This last point is critical. As I said at the last PUAB meeting, Naperville must first define our goals for our next electricity supply and set selection criteria before any decisions are made. Our proposed process will include the voices of Naperville residents in making this important decision. Our proposed process is also clearly laid out, whereas the process that Naperville is currently following often leaves us guessing and doesn't follow Naperville's own rules for procurement and public engagement. Contrary to what we just heard, we do not feel that it's following Naperville procurement processes. So who is Naperville? The work of who is NEST? The work of NEST involves community engagement, creating sustainability initiatives, and promoting environmental stewardship. Our main purpose is to advise Naperville government, residents, businesses, and institutions on greenhouse gas reduction and sustainability based on scientific evidence and best practice. NEST is composed of community members, city officials, and experts dedicated to enhancing Naperville's environmental practices. Let me tell you a little bit about just a few of our members. You already heard from Graham Morin, who also works with Terry Schuster on the cutting edge of clean energy technology and grid-scale battery deployment. I think that they could tell you a lot about dispatchable energy. We have another person, Cami Pillay, who is another engineer, and she manages distributed energy resources for ComEd. Behind me are a whole bunch of engineers, Bruce and Larry, and so we have a really deep ranks among us. And as a scientist, I can tell you that we are evidence-based and data-driven at our core. In addition to advising the city, we use our expertise to educate the community on a variety of sustainability topics, from building electrification to civic engagement to public transit. Our main avenue for community engagement is our public meeting, which takes place the third Monday of every month and draws an audience of between 25 and 200, depending on the topic. Guess what our #1 topic is for audience size? It's about this coal contract. A major accomplishment of NEST was writing Sustainable Naperville 2036, an effort that involved 50 volunteers and over 5,000 hours of research, analysis, discussion, and writing. This report is a blueprint for decarbonizing Naperville, highlighting the economic opportunities and community benefits. It was the subject of a City Council sustainability workshop in August of 2021, and by unanimous vote, the Council supported over 70 recommendations with the goal of 60% carbon emissions reduction by 2036 and net zero by 2050. With electricity being our #1 source of carbon emissions, it also must be our #1 target for reduction. The city's commitment to decarbonization must be considered as we look to the next electricity supply contract. NEST believes in collaborative problem solving. We can work together to establish and follow a sound process, and together we can embrace modern ideas and technologies that will leave a legacy of clean, reliable, affordable electricity to our community, rather than a stain on our reputation as one of the last communities in our region to be clinging to dirty, outdated coal. I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Paul Bloom.
Thank you, Kathy. So, my name is Dr. Paul Bloom. I am a professor of physics at North Central College, and I've been a resident of Naperville since 2006. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here and talk to you tonight about the importance of our energy choices. Energy is crucial for everything we do as a society. There is massive use of energy that essentially defines modern civilization. The benefits are, again, massive. None of us want to live in a world where we don't have those benefits. And nobody is seriously considering doing that. But we have to be cognizant that when we have a benefit, there is always a cost. And we must be aware of those costs. And those costs can be more than just dollars and cents. I mean, obviously, that's the low-hanging fruit. That's the easiest thing to look at quantitatively. But it's harder to look at some of the other issues. It could be time. There can be more intangible costs. The use of fossil fuels, and especially coal, comes with immense costs associated with pollution, climate change, and their follow-on impacts. And while these impacts, in some cases, are challenging to assess purely in terms of a dollar amount, it does not make them any less real, nor does it negate their severity. You must understand that if you burn coal, there will be pollution. It is simply the nature of what coal is. It is not pure carbon. When you burn it, even the highest quality coal leaves behind something between 5 and 10% of its mass in terms of fly ash. Fly ash contains a broad variety of contaminants, if we want to be nice about it. Sulfur, metals like arsenic, lead, mercury, radioactive elements. All of that is mixed up in fly ash. Roughly half of that gets used in various ways by industry, but that means the remainder goes into landfills. It goes into surface impoundments. And from there, these materials, especially the toxic ones, can leach into groundwater and into river systems. Just as an example, you know that pregnant women are advised not to eat certain fish. The reason is simple. That fish contains mercury, and half of that mercury can be traced to the burning of coal because it gets into the waterways, gets into the ocean, and then it accumulates in the fish. Other materials go up the flue as gases or as particulate pollution. And these materials have enormous impacts in terms of a broad range of health issues. Populations, of course, near the plant are particularly affected, but mercury and some of these other heavy metals are detrimental to neurological systems, especially in children, especially in the unborn. Sulfur dioxide and NOx compounds can have significant impacts on respiratory system and lead to respiratory disease. And there are all kinds of follow-on health issues. And the monetary costs of these things are, again, they're tough to assess. There are increases in healthcare expenses. There's lost productivity due to the disease that comes from the pollutants associated with coal. In 2023, more than 60,000 premature deaths were attributed, or attributable rather, to air pollution in the United States. 60,000 premature deaths, and that happens year after year. That's one of the prices we pay for burning coal. And I guess the question is, what price do you want to assign to human suffering and to death? And I don't think anybody really wants to have to answer that question, because that's just not a place where we should go. Of course, that 90% of coal that is carbon, that goes up the smokestack in the form of CO2. The role of carbon dioxide in climate change is not up for debate. Climate change is real. It is predominantly caused by greenhouse gas emissions that stem from our use of fossil fuels. Not taking these, in Naperville, we are already seeing the effects of climate change. The direct impacts include an increase in the frequency and severity of extreme weather events, as well as the increase in frequency and magnitude of temperature swings. This, in turn, can lead to serious stress on and failure of infrastructure, and ultimately result in increased repair costs and in increased insurance rates. And again, these are things that are happening right now. We don't have to wait for the future. The future is here. These are real costs. The cost of burning coal in terms of health impacts, in terms of climate change. And these consequences transcend borders. It's not a question of, well, you know, we burn it downstate so it doesn't affect us. I'm sorry, it does. And it affects everyone. And that means the choices that we make affect everyone. When we do not take these costs into account in decision-making regarding energy, we end up generating a massive economic externality, which in turn leads to a market failure. That's how it works. That's how the market works or doesn't work when we don't play by the right rules. The cumulative and nonlinear effects of coal burning are profound and affect us all, regardless of municipal, state, or national boundaries. If we choose coal over other energy resources, that is inconsistent with efforts not only to save money, but to protect public health. And as Paul Diefenbaugh will discuss momentarily, that choice is also inconsistent with Naperville's community values. So with that, I'll give you Paul Diefenbaugh.
Good evening. Thanks for inviting us to present today on what's a complicated decision. My name is Paul Diefenbaugh. I've been a resident of Naperville since 2006, and I'm a NEST volunteer. This is going to be the squishy part of the presentation. We're not going to get into a lot of facts and figures here. You're going to hear a lot of that elsewhere. But it's important to talk about our common values as a community in order to make complicated decisions. After all, if we don't have a solid foundation and agreement about it, how can we make these decisions at all? I was going to open with stories about how my son and his family fled the fires in LA in January, or our best friend's son who attends Warren Wilson College in Swannanoa, North Carolina, how weeks after the flooding, they were still bringing cadaver dogs through campus to find bodies. But because Dr. Blooms explained, we're facing increasing severe weather events in California, in North Carolina, here in Naperville, in Australia, Thailand, Europe. We can all share these kinds of stories. We all know people affected by climate change. But what we really need to talk about here are the values of our community. First, though, a little about me. I've spent my career in the design and construction industry as a journalist. I've had a unique bird's eye view of a $2.1 trillion industry that represents about 4.5% of the US GDP. And the one thing that is the biggest issue in the construction industry is the unrelenting focus on the lowest bid. It is a cost-based industry. Often cost is the only basis for making purchasing decisions in construction. It's easier, it's quantitative, simple to compare bids. How do you compare quality and values from one company or product to another? That's a lot harder. But as a smart friend of mine told me once, if you take the lowest bid, you should hire a lawyer at the same time. We face the same problem deciding about our electricity supply and whether we're willing to accept coal-powered energy. Without a foundation on which to make those decisions, we default to cost-based decisions. And coal, by the way, may not be the lowest cost available, even IMEA's coal. You'll hear more about that later. Make no mistake, though, in this complicated decision, we all want affordable, reliable electricity. We all want that. But we should be unwilling to secure it if we ruin the environment we're leaving for our children. Are we willing to endanger the health of the children in Washington County, Illinois, and Trimble County, Kentucky, for the next 30 years because we want coal-powered energy? Do we want to continue to share horror stories about the ravages of severe weather and its effect on our family and friends? there is an alternative cost-based decision. We can factor in the values of our residents. It's pretty clear that sustainability issues are important to our community, to Naperville. Our values are clearly stated in a number of different places. On the Naperville website, it says sustainable approaches to providing local government services help ensure a higher quality of life for future generations. District 203 has a call to be a good global citizen and has exhibited this by creating a carbon action plan, which the board recently approved. It aims to have net zero emissions by 2050. The Park District has a core value that promotes sustainability initiatives. Our faith community, represented by on this slide by the First Congregational Church of Naperville, asks us to care for God's creation, which includes divesting from fossil fuel companies. Most major religions emphasize harmony with nature and responsible resource use, such as the Christian ideals of stewardship, Islam's call for balance, and Judaism's emphasis on tending the garden and the admonition not to destroy. Those are our community values as expressed through municipal, educational, and religious organizations. The business community also is focused on the values of sustainability. Some of our biggest employers must meet ESG reporting requirements, and they are aggressively taking on the fossil fuel industry. Nokia aims to have net zero greenhouse emissions by 2040, which would be hard to do if they remain in Naperville and we're still burning coal until 2050. Nokia Ecolab will have its Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030, based on 2018 emissions, and reach net zero emissions by 2050. Mondelez will be net zero by 2050 also. In 2023, they reported 48% of the energy in their factories came from renewable energy, and that's up from 40% just the year before. If these companies can't meet these goals, if Naperville continues to provide them with coal-powered electricity, they'll have to spend money on offsets, which increase the cost of doing business and cuts into their profit margins. Which begs the questions, what corporations focused on green issues want to do business in a brown city? The values of this community and these businesses show clearly that our desire is for a stronger sustainability approach to our electricity supply. The elections last week made it pretty clear where the residents of Naperville stand on coal-powered energy. Nonetheless, NEST is recommending to the City Council that we hold public meetings to align on these values. The process to procure one of the largest purchases Naperville will ever sign should ensure that residents' voices and concerns are incorporated into the decision-making process. I said that the question was complicated, but it really isn't. Not if we remember our foundational principles and values. It's only complicated if all we do is look at cost. Thank you for your time and the expertise you bring to this. And I am now going to turn it over to Fernando Areola, who will now present an outline of what the future energy supply could look like.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Fernando Areola. I've been a Naperville resident since 2007, live up in Saybrook, and I'm a volunteer with NEST. I got to advance. All right. So I'm here to talk about what a modern energy future could look like. And so the whole thing, future, like unproven technology. So I thought of the dad joke that I would tell my kids. What did the past say to the future? Here's a present. No? Tough crowd. The PUAB is a tough crowd. So I'm going to focus on the present here. I'm going to focus on the present, not get into anything too far-fetched, and hopefully this is intended to be inspirational for everyone in the crowd. So we're going to talk about what's possible. We're going to talk about a little bit more options, what others are doing, and just risk here, then kick off with a couple quick case studies. It'll be pretty good, and hopefully it'll move along at a good pace, because I know it's been a long night. So the first thing is, the couple of meetings we've had before this, we were surprised and a little bit concerned that we hadn't talked about the big commercial providers as a potential option. So the Constellations of the world, the Next Eras, like these are big Wall Street darlings. They're considered best in class, and they have a lot of the services that Director Goff has talked about, like, hey, we could use this back office stuff because we're really not staffed for it. So we think there's potential there. Joe's going to talk about it a little bit more, but that's something that we think is an opportunity. The other thing we haven't really talked about is just best practices in the industry. So we talked a little bit about peak shaving earlier tonight. Peak shaving is a good one. The virtual power plants, we'll dig into that a little bit more too. But that's another big area of opportunity for Naperville. The guys before us talked about the electric service customer choice and rate relief law, which basically gave consumers choice back in the 90s for their power situation. I just want to reflect back on, if we sign a contract with IMEA, that's the exact opposite of choice. So IMEA, the way I look at it is, it's a self-imposed monopoly. And as we all know, monopolies are not good at reacting quickly to marketplace conditions. Now, what did Mr. Pruitt and Mr. Townsend just say a few minutes ago? They said we have a rapidly changing market, it's highly unpredictable, the regulatory situation is changing, technology is changing, demand side is changing, supply side is changing. And I think a good example of how disruptive this can be is, look what's going on in our country the last 6 weeks. A lot of people thought President Trump wasn't going to be this aggressive with tariffs, and we don't really know if he's going to be this aggressive with tariffs moving forward. So here's our situation. We have a rapidly changing environment, and we're talking about signing up with a self-imposed monopoly. That's pretty wild. So I'm going to kind of go off script here. Kathy, I apologize if I get a little bit too crazy. When you guys were talking about the financial stuff, especially when you're talking about commodities and trading, I was just kind of going through my presentation. I thought, okay, let's say, because I think a lot of the people in the crowd here probably work with a financial advisor. Let's say you went into your financial advisor and they said, I got a great investment for you. Here's what it is. It's a pretty well-run organization right now, but it's not necessarily considered best in class. 80% of what it does is going to be consistent for the next 15 or 20 years. I want you to invest starting 10 years from now, but I'm not going to tell you the price. And once you invest in 10 years, you have a 20-year lockup. Would that be a good fiduciary, and will you invest in that, especially after seeing what's going on in the stock market now? You want a diversified portfolio. We want flexibility. If it's a rapidly changing environment, we don't want to lock into something that's immovable. Bottom line is, because I think IMEA is pretty good, IMEA's model is dated. It's meant for a steady state where there's not a lot of change. If we go into a dated model, there's risk there. And I also think the structure of the IMEA deal right now isn't good. There's too many caveats in there that keep us from having maneuvering room. What if we restructured that deal? And I go on to I'm getting a little bit pessimistic now, so I'll go on to the optimistic stuff. One more thing. The financial advisor you were talking about, it wasn't you. That's what's going to be forced on our kids and their grandkids. Going to get more optimistic now. Salt Lake City. Okay, who likes to ski? So a few years ago, let's say 10 years ago, Salt Lake City was looking at global warming. They saw their winters changing, that they thought that global warming was going to affect their ski industry. Also, their watershed, apparently, where their water is coming from, the snows, they thought that global warming was affecting their water. The Salt Lake is a salt lake for a reason, so there's not water there. And they did this thing that's really innovative. The mayor of Salt Lake City negotiated with the person who was the CEO of Rocky Mountain Power to get choice. Same thing that Illinois did, but choice into their electricity mix. So if people wanted coal in steady state, they could have it. If people wanted purely green energy, they could have it. If you wanted a little bit of green energy, you could have that too. The results are this. In 2015, before they did this, it was signed into law in 2019, Salt Lake City's energy mix was 75% coal. The most recent data we have is today Salt Lake City's energy is 47% coal. So I think this is really important because we've talked about like, hey, we have to have some fossil fuels. And a lot of the examples that we see from all the states have some fossil fuels just to keep things going when they transition to green. And I think the Salt Lake City thing is really interesting because basically between 2019 and 2023, they went down about 40% of their coal use. This one's my favorite. I think this is fascinating. Our neighbors next door in Iowa. So Iowa is blessed with a naturally windy climate, right? If you look on that thing, it looks like basically about 2009, they started making a big transition to wind, right? Wind is blue, coal is gray. And then when they did this, they were saying they thought it helped with their economic development, and they thought it helped attract businesses to the area, and they basically created jobs. And it's funny because my wife has this coworker her brother is a farmer. Dad, now this is in Illinois, it's not in Iowa. But the farmer was telling his sister, he goes, yeah, these guys came over and they wanted to build a windmill on my farm, and he let them do it. And the farmer loved it because you guys know, you guys sounds like you're all in business, commodities, right? Sometimes you have a good farm season, sometimes you have a bad farm season. Sometimes you're making money, sometimes you're not. Sometimes the commodity's up. He could amortize part of his farm with a completely different revenue stream, and suddenly it smooths it out. So I thought about this when I was looking at this. I was like, right now with our energy mix in Illinois, we're like arguing over like where are we going to get our energy from? And I thought, what if we looked at our energy source and how we look at energy as a competitive advantage, or where we're doing something that's smarter, we're going forward. So it got excited about that. This last point up there, in 2024, Naperville's electricity cost was 20% more than Iowa's. I basically asked Joe, I was like, can you double check that? Is that right? But I think it's fascinating. I think it's worth looking into more. It's like, is it really that much cheaper based on what I was doing? And then I found this quote, and I'm going to read this exactly from Mid-American Energy, who's their power provider. And Mid-American Energy basically said, more than half of the energy used by Mid-American Energy came from renewable energy. That innovation plays a critical role in keeping rates in Iowa among the lowest in the country and giving Iowa a competitive advantage to attract and retain businesses. So when Mr. Pruitt was talking about getting data centers in because they're green, and it's like when you look at these guys, Facebook, Google, they're all going for green power. They want nukes. I haven't heard one of these guys say they're going with coal. That could be a competitive advantage for Naperville and Illinois. All right, last. Aurora. Our neighbor is right next door. I mean, the reason we wanted to put this here is because if you live on one side of the street, you could be in Naperville, and if you live on the other side of the street, you could be in Aurora, right? And this kind of hits on a number of different things. First of all, since it's ComEd, you have choice. Look at all those different entities there that you can go with. They can do peak shaving, the virtual power plants that Mr. Pruitt talked about, as well as utility scale battery storage. We're not doing any of that. And I think you guys are familiar with this, but right now our current deal with IMEA is we can't even do peak shaving, even if we wanted to. It's against the contract. And then the sources there are really interesting in terms of like the incentives, and it's like they have pretty aggressive incentives. So this reminded me of this. I was at this ComEd conference about a month and a half ago, and I couldn't believe it. They were pushing all the chips to the middle of the table on virtual power plants. And this lady who worked in data analytics, who was fascinating, who was presenting, she basically said, you can't get people to do those, to basically get a heat pump or get an EV charger or get solar because even affluent people, hello, Fernando, don't do it, right? And so one of the things that ComEd identified was it's really hard to get people to do that. And so their game plan is if they want to do the virtual power plants, they need that stuff out in the community. So right now, they're putting a lot of data and analytics into figuring out how what's the gateway drug to get someone to start to electrify that way. And then once they get that gateway drug, they're going to go to the next step, then the next step, and then they'll get these virtual power plants. Here's the risk for Naperville. We're not part of this, and it's starting to pass us by. Thank you. It's time for Joe Hoos.
Thank you, Fernando. I'm Joe Huss. I've been a resident for 25 years. And Fernando just discussed some communities that have made the energy transition. I'll talk a little bit about why they're making that energy transition and also discuss some other options. So as the next three charts, there's going to be a theme, and they're all about the fact that the rest of the United States is retiring fossil fuels and spinning up renewables. And then I'll talk about why that's happening. So this is from the U.S. Energy Information Agency. It's saying what's going to happen in 2025. In 2025, you can see all the assets that are being retired are fossil fuels. And it also, the headline from the U.S. Energy Information Agency says that coal plant retirements are accelerating. This next slide gives you the flip side of that, which is what's being added to the grid. So on the left side, you can see what was added in 2024, and you can see 90% of the assets added to the U.S. grid were renewable. And then, again, this is from the U.S. Energy Information Agency. What's going to be added in 25, what's been planned. you can see again, over 90% of the assets that are added are renewable. And I'd also call out that 18 gigawatts of battery storage are being added to the grid. And I think we've talked a lot tonight about capacity. I'd suggest the last presentation in their slide, they didn't have batteries at all on the slide that had capacity, and that's how people are getting it. So when the question is, what do we do when the sun isn't shining and the wind isn't blowing, it's that 18 gigawatts of battery that we're adding to the grid. And importantly, all these slides illustrate the same thing, which is that the US grid is dramatically changing, phasing out fossil fuels that are more expensive and bringing in less expensive renewables. So that transition is described in a cost perspective on these slides. So on the far left, you see an analysis that was done that said 99% of coal plant customers would be better off if the plant were shut down and they got replaced with renewables. It would be less expensive for them. The upper right chart again shows that wind and solar are about half as expensive as coal, and you can find that same information on slide 31 of the CES report. And then in the lower right, another article that says not only are renewables the cheapest source of energy today, but by the time our IMEA contract ends in 2035, prices of renewables will fall by 22 to 49%. As a country, we're transitioning rapidly from fossil fuels to renewables. And like Fernando mentioned, this isn't in the far-off future. He gave you the example of Iowa. These are the charts up here are the two states with the largest economies in the United States. And you can see that a large percentage of where they're getting their electricity are renewables and battery. And the chart on the right, which is Texas, Texas has a deregulated market, and so that's where the lowest cost producers win. And one other thing, like we had a major milestone last month that you might not have read about, which was the first time ever in the history of the United States in terms of electricity generation, fossil fuels were not a majority of the electricity generated in the US. So fossil fuels fell below 50% last month. So for the first time ever, 50% or more of the assets in the United States generating electricity were clean. And I just want to, since we're talking about the grid, I want to clear up the misunderstanding that some have had about reliability. I think we've talked about it a bit tonight. The regional transmission organizations, in this case it's PGM, is responsible for electricity reliability. Regardless of whether we go with IMEA or Exelon or Constellation or whoever we go with, our reliability isn't going to change because it's determined by PJM. So even like in December, early December, both coal plants were down for IMEA. That didn't affect the electricity here in Naperville. We still had electricity. I want to now pivot to some of the options that CES had in their contract. So this chart's directly from the CES report, and I'll describe those options, and I'll also talk about a major one that was missing. On the right side of their chart, I think this is an important piece to talk about, which is that none of those three options are mutually exclusive. We could do all three, and you can see on the right side of their chart, they're talking about you can decide what the mix is. So as we decide what our energy future and how we don't want to put, I think as one of the earlier speakers said, you don't want to be 100% wrong or 100% right. These mixes are just like a stock portfolio where you have a mix of assets and that reduces your risk. The first option that CES talked about in their report was going with a wholesale market purchase. And we were disappointed, frankly, that CES didn't look at any of the historical data when comparing cost. If you look on the left, that was from IMEA's presentation. That's what the cost was for electricity from IMEA for the last decade. On the right, we did the analysis and figured out what the wholesale cost would be had we done that option. Had we gone with option 1 10 years ago. Every year but one, IMEA was more expensive. And this chart you'll also find inside, we're happy to see, we obviously didn't see the energy law presentation until ours was already submitted. So slide 20 of energy law has the exact same information saying that IMEA, they only went back 5 years, but for those 5 years, IMEA was more expensive. This aligns with what, if you're reading the Chicago Tribune, they've reported that Naperville's rates are higher than those of the surrounding communities. A fourth source is that the Institute for Energy Economics and Financial Analysis also did an analysis and found that IMEA's electricity was significantly more expensive than the rest of the market. So all of those historical analyses consistently showed that IMEA was more expensive than the alternatives. So this part of the presentation, I talked about the historical costs that we made a mistake in terms of from a cost perspective. But now I want to talk a little bit about CS's report. And frankly, it had a lot of significant financial gaps. I think you guys have mentioned a couple here. There are 3 examples that in the report that I just want to call out. First, they compared ComEd's residential rates, but not their commercial rates, which is the majority of our usage, so they never actually looked at the total cost of that option. They described some options requiring hiring staff. Again, no costs at all in their report. The third option, they list owning generation as an option, but again, nothing about cost. They talk about IMEA's cost tripling, and frankly, there's no data, like understanding how they got to the IMEA's cost tripling is just not in the report. So frankly, I wouldn't go at my business to bring a business case forward and say, you should select this option, but I haven't costed out any of the options thoroughly. Some of the options I didn't bother to cost out. That's not how you do business cases. So one option I just want to talk a little bit more about was city-owned generation. There are 5 reasons this might be a really good alternative for Naperville. Pricing's consistent, transmission costs are lower, Naperville could build equity, our spending would stay in our local community, and it also, the concern that was raised in the earlier presentation about not enough capacity on PJM's grid, this supplies more supply to help with those concerns. One of the reasons I called out the transmission savings was because IMEA's transmissions costs have tripled over the last 10 years, and that's at a significantly faster rate than ComEd's, which increased. So IMEA's cost increased 2.5 times as fast as ComEd's did in terms of transmission. And then we were kind of disappointed and surprised that the CES report, when they came here and provided you the report, they didn't talk about commercial power providers. That's who provides the majority of electricity in the United States. NEST met with several of these providers who want to bid on this contract. And unlike IMEA, as Fernando talked about the monopoly, market forces push these private companies to improve their performance. Here are 5 reasons why this might be a good option for us. The price is locked into the contract. They offer shorter duration contracts, so they're more flexible. They provide a larger fleet of assets, and so they get economies of scale. We wouldn't be restricted from peak shaving or power purchase agreements like we are under our current contract. And finally, the Naperville Electric Utility wouldn't need to hire additional staff because they offer the same services that you get from IMEA. So this is clearly an option that we should explore. One of my final points is, like, everybody in this room doesn't know what the energy market's going to be like in 2040 or 2050. These articles highlight some of the investments that people are making in alternative energy options. Just today, there was another one about a virtual power plant being created in Texas. I could put a new article every single day about someone exploring new energy technology. When our contract was signed, when the current contract was signed, solar power was much too expensive to consider. But solar prices declined 90% from 2010 to 2020. So no one signing a contract before 2010 could have guessed that. The electricity market continues to change rapidly, so locking us into a long-term contract prevents us from capitalizing on those new technologies. In closing, my day job, I manage a global portfolio of technology projects. At the end of every one of those projects, we do a lessons learned to see what insights we get from those projects so we can apply them to the next set of projects. Given that we're about to do a new contract, it's good to look at the last contract to see what we might be able to learn from it. The first thing is, from a lessons learned perspective, is we didn't have any pricing caps in the contract. We made a bet back when we signed the contract that IMEA would be less expensive, but we lost that bet. Naperville residents and businesses are paying for the billions in cost overruns under IMEA's leadership. Any independent review says IMEA was more expensive, and we, as ratepayers, not only should we be outraged about the pollution that this plant generated, the worst possible environmental decision, but on top of that, it was a terrible decision from a financial perspective because IMEA promised us low rates and then we got charged higher than market rates. The second column is around the Tribune noting that we were sold promises that weren't in the contract. And when those promises didn't materialize, we were stuck. We were in a long-term contract so in our next contract, we want to look at either shorter contracts or ones that give us early termination clauses so that we can exit out of a contract that isn't working for us. And finally, when our current contract was signed, large-scale natural gas fracking was just coming up. It was an emerging technology. Had we ridden that technology, ratepayers would have saved tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. Moving forward, we should ensure that Naperville can capitalize on these rapidly developing technologies rather than depending on old technologies with increasingly high operating and maintenance costs. Now I'm going to hand this over to Teresa, and she's going to describe how we can select our next energy options so we don't repeat the mistakes in our current contract.
Good evening, I'm Teresa Huss. I've been a resident of Naperville for over 25 years, and as Joe said, I'm here to talk about the process of selecting the right mix of energy solutions to meet our needs, because the lack of process is one of our biggest concerns. And if we've had a year and a half to think about this and we haven't come up with a selection process, we're overdue. Because before we can consider specific options, we need to know what an effective selection process should look like. We need a thorough process that will explore all energy options. It has to be transparent so that residents and stakeholders understand how we're making these decisions. It has to be competitive so we can ensure ratepayers are getting the best deal, because we just heard they have not been getting the best deal. It has to be inclusive so the members of our community have a real voice in our energy future. And most importantly, it's got to be strategic. We need to follow a timeline that puts Naperville's long-term interests first rather than being driven by external pressures. We have rushed this process because we're following IMEA's timeline, not ours. So how do we envision our energy selection process? Choosing an electricity provider is one of Naperville's most significant financial decisions, and it's going to impact us for decades. And I have to disagree with Director Roth. We may be technically correct, but when I read our city code, I don't think we're following it. City code says that we're required to use a competitive business bidding process, except in rare cases. City Council has rejected much smaller bids, much smaller proposals, because they didn't use competitive bids. It would be indefensible to approve a contract like this without fully exploring our options. But even beyond requiring competitive bidding, Our city code emphasizes the importance of staying informed on emerging technologies and market conditions and leveraging research from industry experts. But instead of a thorough and data-driven process, the current approach has prioritized extending IMEA's contract without fully evaluating all the available options or conducting any price comparisons. That's not best practice. We need to pause and implement a structured, inclusive, and competitive approach that protects Naperville's long-term interests. We were so surprised by how rushed this contract extension process has been that we looked at some of the other decisions that Naperville has made to put this into perspective. The land use master plan took nearly 3 years. It involved workshops, public hearings, extensive community engagement. In fact, in the plan itself, it says it was developed using an overarching vision and guiding principles heard from residents through public engagement over the course of the planning process. We have not done that. The Affordable Housing Incentive Program was under discussion for 2.5 years, and it remains unresolved. Yet this energy decision, a multi-billion-dollar commitment that will shape our future for decades, is being rushed through without comparable scrutiny. It has been 41 days since the PUAB first discussed this. 41 days. How can you possibly think that is adequate? If Naperville takes years to plan land use or housing incentives, why would we accept anything less for our energy future, especially given that we are going to be locked into this contract for decades? So what are the key steps to a transparent and competitive process? We need real community engagement. We have to give residents a voice. We have to revisit and validate our sustainability goals to align with our long-term vision. City council members need dedicated workshops so they can fully understand the implications of every option. A comprehensive energy strategy has to be developed to define Naperville's priorities clearly. And then there must be a rigorous evaluation of all available options, including a total cost analysis. And we know that this is a process that our newly elected council members endorse, and they deserve to be a part of this. So our first step is stakeholder engagement. And the U.S. Department of Energy highlights early stakeholder engagement as essential to ensuring that public interests are represented. In fact, many jurisdictions require a formal stakeholder engagement plan to ensure community voices are included in energy decisions, and we think Naperville needs to do the same. This means identifying all stakeholders, our schools, our businesses, our residents, anyone who will be impacted by this decision. And then we need to make an engagement plan that matches outreach methods with clear goals and timelines and sets measurable outcomes. Next, we need to validate our sustainability goals. As Kathy mentioned, Naperville 2036 was approved in 2021 with the agreement that updates would be done every 2 to 4 years. Well, it's 2025, so regardless of our energy decision, we need to revisit this. More than 5,000 hours were invested into developing this plan, and it is supposed to be used as a guiding document rather than being ignored or treated as an afterthought. We also need to develop a climate action plan that includes renewable energy targets and decarbonization goals. That would provide us a roadmap for securing affordable power while reducing emissions. We've talked about workshops. City council members need dedicated workshops with energy experts that would thoroughly analyze all available options. They need to provide in-depth evaluations, allow for open discussions, and ensure every aspect of our energy future is carefully considered. Because without this, our decision-making is rushed, uninformed, and disconnected from our long-term goals. Most importantly, we need to develop a comprehensive energy strategy to guide our decision-making. An energy specification team should drive the process of developing this strategy. It would incorporate insights from the City Council workshops, from our sustainability plan, from public engagement, and it would set high-level goals that align with our values and priorities. And only once that energy strategy is in place would we get a structured and competitive process for evaluating our options. And the requests for proposals need to be developed with comprehensive, clear selection criteria. We need to think about decarbonization goals, consumer choice, financial incentives, local generation, contract length, protections for low-income ratepayers, and energy independence. And we know that no single option is likely going to provide everything. So we'll need to look at multiple proposals and multiple RFPs and find a combination of solutions that works for us. And throughout this process, there has to be frequent communication with the City Council and with the public to ensure transparency and foster trust. Finding the right energy provider is not just about replacing IMEA. It's about developing the best combination of proposals for Naperville's future. The City Council and the community have to be fully engaged as we evaluate these proposals so that feedback can be gathered and adjustments can be made. Only through this kind of rigorous, inclusive process can Naperville select the best path forward to achieve a sustainable and cost-effective future. This is a $2 billion decision. Where is our process? We deserve a process that's transparent, competitive, and built for the long term, because anything else would fail our community. We've appreciated the opportunity to talk to you today and to share some of the information and options from our experts who live and work in Naperville. We know that your priority, ours, and the community's is to find an option that allows for a thriving future for our city and its residents. Just this year, we were again named, I think last month, the best place to live and the best place to raise a family. But that recognition comes from the choices we make as a city and the values we hold. And we know that the majority of Americans and absolutely the majority of Naperville residents care about climate change. They care about mitigating the dangers of climate change. We saw that when they packed these chambers just a few months ago, urging the council to say no to coal. And as has been demonstrated, it was further demonstrated in the recent elections, where voters endorsed candidates calling for us to revisit this process and prioritize a carbon action plan. Renewing this contract does not align with Naperville values. And frankly, public trust in this process has already been damaged. News articles, editorials, and as Kathy mentioned, national news articles have called out the lack of transparency. Residents have voiced concerns about such a significant decision being made without following our usual procedures. The current City Council has stated, as has the mayor, that they will not vote on this contract before the deadline. Not a single candidate in the recent elections, any of the 8, supported signing this extension by April 30th. And the newly elected council members deserve to have the time and the information to evaluate such a significant decision. And luckily, as CES affirmed, we have the time. Do not rush this recommendation through in 41 days. This is an opportunity to rebuild trust by committing to an open and transparent process. Because without public trust, we not only damage our reputation and our relationship with our current residents, but we risk losing future residents and future businesses. Because even if we put aside the terrible environmental impact and the harm this does to public trust, the bottom line is that the contract extension is a bad deal. It locks us into a long-term agreement without any price guarantees, it limits our options, and it doesn't allow us to adapt in a rapidly changing energy market. We have options. We have great options for Naperville's energy future. Other cities are doing it. Let's not give up flexibility when energy options are evolving faster than ever. Let's be like those cities that are making strategic, future-focused choices. We shouldn't rush into a contract that could leave us, once again, with outdated, expensive energy sources. The right recommendation is clear. Do not recommend extending this contract. Instead, support a transparent, forward-thinking process to secure a better deal for Naperville's future. Once again, we appreciate your time, and we look forward to having a discussion on how we can work together.
Thank you. Does that conclude your presentation? I'd like to thank all of you, the group of you, with your enthusiasm and your position. Was very, very nice. I'd like to open this up now to questions by the PUAB. I'm sorry? We could take a break. No, we could take a break. We'll take a 10-minute break. Oh, all right. Yeah. This is always the challenge we've had with these. Well, see how long you can, and you know. Huh?
It's like you feel like you're shouting out loud.
No, go ahead. No, it does split. I'm like, I'm poking holes in the analysis. I poke holes in it all day long. It's not fair assessment.
This is why we should be sitting around the table able to discuss it and bounce things off of each other.
And I'll say this, and I'll say it when I go, is that 20 years ago, I would have voted against it.
Me too. I was against it when I first heard about it.
Because knowing the supply mix, the supply and demand, the monetary ratio we have in market, well, they don't need it. But the game's changed. Today is different. Now we have an option. 40% of our power is $30. It's going to get 80%. Is it 80%? Yeah.
80% of our.
But it's not always $30.
It's 30. Well, 30 to 35. They said 30, then they said a range of 30.
No, even whatever you do, because whatever power they have in their plan.
First of all, the IO.
And I asked them as hard a question.
Warren Buffett said he owns Mid-American Energy. He said I wouldn't build a single windmill if it wasn't for the tax credits.
Whatever the going rate is, we're going to make a ton of money. We're going to get it back to
It's going to be much harder than the future. Yeah.
So the other Okay, if we can start getting back to our seats, please. Yes. Yes, gotcha. Yes. Can you hear it? We'll check and see. Can he hear my conversation at this point?
Good evening. We had to, we're
Oh, there we
patching
go.
in Russ. So just a reminder, please speak into the microphone so that he can hear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to begin at this point from the recess that we just had, and I'd like to make a motion because one of our members, really two of our members, but one of our members had to leave for a family situation, and he is available on the phone, so I'd like to make a motion to allow him to continue with his participation, and I've looked this up, and this is allowed within the rules within Naperville. Do I hear a motion? Here, I hear a motion. Do I hear a second? Any discussion? All in favor, raise your right hand. Right hand. I'll ask for the left next time, or raise your hand. Thank you very much. That's passed. Russ, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we will continue at this point with the questions by the PUAB to Nest from their presentation. Yes, Jim, go ahead.
Yes. Could you go to your PowerPoint slide that says fastest growing because it is the cheapest? There it is. There seems to be a lot of discussion about, IMEA and its cost. I've heard terms like, we don't know what the cost is going to be in the future. We're locked into pricing that we don't know what it's going to be. The folks from IMEA were here, and they spoke to us, and I asked a specific question. And that question was, what does it cost to produce a megawatt hour of power from the coal-fired power plants? And they told us it was $30 a megawatt hour. Okay? Then they said, well, there's a range, 30 to 35. But they said that's what the cost is. Now I'm going to, take that for what it, I'm going to take them for their word that they've looked at the data. They're part owners of the plant. They know what it costs to produce power. So when I look at the chart here that you've put up, because, and this presumably relates to renewables, $30 to $35 isn't even on your chart. It's below all of those options.
You're familiar with the levelized cost of energy calculation? Where
Yes, I'm very familiar with it, yes.
Yeah, where we incorporate the cost of building and financing the asset?
Well, this is a power plant that's already been built. It's already running.
Right, so you're comparing.
This isn't like out in the future, some new coal-fired power plant's going to be built in the future. This is an existing plant.
Yep.
So that coal line on here doesn't apply to Prairie State. But my point being is that $30 to $35 is below every one of these charts. So why do you believe that renewables today or in the future are going to be cheaper than $30 to $35?
So I'd start off with saying the salesperson from IMEA that provided their cost information, I don't trust salespeople unless I get something in writing. There's nothing in the contract that talks about that number. There's nothing in there that includes M&O, maintenance and operating costs in their numbers. I don't know what their number is because it's not written down anywhere. I appreciate that we will have salespeople give us information, but until it's written down in an RFP bid or until it's written down in a contract, it doesn't mean anything. Like I have salespeople come to me all the time and give me stories I don't know what the IMEA, like if they want to write it down and promise us that rate, that would be fantastic. But there's nothing, like when a salesperson gives me a price and they don't stand by a quote, it's worthless to me. And on top of it,
this was their general counsel that told
answer.
us this. This was their general counsel, their attorney.
Okay.
That told us this.
Can I finish my answer? I don't know how this process works. Is it okay to get interrupted in the middle? I don't know how that works.
I thought you were finished, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
I thought
I'm
you were
sorry. I'm not
stopping.
finished yet.
But that's okay. No, we don't want to interrupt you.
Okay.
Go ahead and finish your answer.
Thank you. So the first piece I have is that if $30 a megawatt hour is in fact the cost, which I don't think it is, because I run manufacturing plants and I know maintenance and operation costs on assets that are old don't have those those are real costs. The second thing I'd touch on is that again, that we'd want that in the contract. The only that we're talking about the first 3 years of a 20-year contract potentially have lower cost assets because CEDRA requires half those assets to be shut off a few years after those bond payments.
Correct.
Where is the cost analysis? So if I'm making a $2 billion investment, I expect, if I went to my CEO and said, I'm going to make a $2 billion investment, and I said, no, you know what, I didn't do a cost estimate, he would laugh at me and I'd have to walk out. You can't go into a real business and make a real decision without a detailed cost analysis. Where is that cost analysis? It's not in the CS report, and it's not it wasn't in the earlier presentation. That's why we're saying the process is so important, that we need to understand what our requirements are, follow the process, and then you can actually make a decision about cost. But if someone has a cost estimate for what IMEA is going to cost, that's fantastic. If you think it's 3x, I don't believe that. I mean, I haven't seen any data that leads me to that belief. I don't know how you can make, like I said, if I went to a business leader and said, I didn't do a cost estimate, but I want you to make a decision, they would laugh me out of the room. That the PUAB is in a position to make a recommendation without any detailed cost estimates, not only on IMEA's option, but the other options. How can you make a decision without that information in front of you? I'm surprised by that. That's the end of my answer. Thank you.
I have a question. If the price of our director, if the price is $30, $35 for what we pay with our bill, can we say that that's the range of it, or what's going on with our price?
I believe that the statement made by IMEA was that their cost of energy was $30 to $35 from Prairie State, and similar pricing from Trimble County.
I would like to point out that even Lazard's levelized cost of energy plots for an existing coal-fired power plant exhibits the same price that IMEA gave us for existing coal-fired power plants.
I believe it's $71 in the other chart, but on top of that, you also have to figure the earlier speakers talked about the congestion on the grid, and that's why part of IMEA's transmission costs have tripled in the last 10 years. So we shouldn't just look at the price to produce the electricity, but we should look at the total cost that comes to us. And again, nobody has done the homework on what it costs to produce it, what it costs to transmit it, what it's going to cost to our ratepayers here in Naperville. I haven't seen that. Does the PUAB have, did they analyze all the costs for the options that we're considering? Do you guys have that?
I don't. I was going to ask a follow-up question if anybody from the city or otherwise can provide what the structured costs are for the contract that's in the proposal for the 20-year period. Is there a cap on it, or is there a projection, or are we just hearing what their costs are?
Hearing what part of their costs are, because they didn't include the entire cost. I'm sorry.
The proposed contract extension does not address costs, right? So IME is a not-for-profit organization, and their costs are shared amongst all their members, just like they are today.
So I guess I would propose a question to the board of how can we debate what is the cheapest cost of any power when we don't know what we're comparing it to?
Well, I'd suggest we look at the chart that's on the table right there, provided by Nest. These are your other options.
But these are these are market prices. I think the issue at hand here is to make a decision on renewing a contract, and we're being asked to make a recommendation to renew a contract that we don't know what the costs are for 20 years.
Well, you know, IMEA is not an evil empire. We're a owner or a member of IMEA. 31 other cities are members of IMEA. This is not a for-profit organization. It's not a Constellation Next Era that wants to make money for their shareholders. This is, we're IMEA. We are IMEA. I don't think that we will do things to our, that aren't to our benefit. This is not some third-party organization for profit. We decide what IMEA will be doing, us and the other 31 cities. I fail to see how we would believe that we would do something that's detrimental to ourselves, and the other cities would do that.
Yeah, I don't think that that's implied. Nobody would want to do that. But when you talk about controllables and variability in the marketplace, as a nonprofit, you can't control that. Even as a for-profit, you may not be able to control that, which means you're still going to be acting in the best interest of your city, but you can't necessarily control what the prices are.
I think the programs that we've had make presentations to us showed what the price was and what the market was. I do believe that they showed market rates and that. We also talked about a particular graph that CES put up on there.
You know, I heard comments from these folks about, you know, customer choice. Why was customer choice provided for the citizens of Illinois? Well, the reason for customer choice was to allow people to buy the cheapest power they could, to allow them to economically benefit from choice. Well, that's what we're getting from IMEA already. That's a choice. We're choosing to go with the lowest cost producer that we know of. The other statement was that IMEA is a monopoly. Well, of course it's a monopoly. We're it. We are the monopoly. We've made it a monopoly amongst the 31 cities that belong to it. That's stated as if that's a negative, but no, it's not. We are IMEA.
Again, asking Brian, with Naperville's costs compared to the surrounding area, how does Naperville's electric costs compare?
I'll actually turn that over to Mayor Diab, our Customer Connections and Financial Services Manager. Mayor does the cost comparison on a monthly or bi-monthly basis.
Yeah, for residential, last time I did this analysis was, I believe, in February of this year. And for our residential, we are 15% below ComEd customers.
So that's in contrary to what you're saying. So how do we have a conflict like that?
Okay, thanks for the question. One, because when he said, listen to his answer, he said he's only looking at residential rates. The majority of our electricity is commercial. And so when we look at it, we look at the total cost, not just the residential. So, I mean, we have the detailed numbers behind it, but it isn't just us. We did the analysis. You saw the exact same chart independently created by the experts that you guys brought in. And you can see, we also included the article from the Trib that shows that we're paying more. And you also saw I also referenced another third-party energy provider that also said we're overpaying. We know that when they built Prairie State, they thought it was going to be like a $2.5 billion plant. It ended up being a $5 billion plant because of all the cost overruns. The people who are paying for that $5 billion cost overrun are the citizens of Naperville. And now we're about to let the same company, they're going to be the same ones that are going to oversee, not the first 3 years they're going to be on that coal plant, but every year after that, they're going to be buying assets, and they've shown, like, the only evidence we have is that they really mismanaged building the asset that they have today, and that's why our costs are dramatically higher. They're higher than ComEd. We're at $84 megawatt hour. ComEd's at $56 megawatt hour. So we're overpaying today because of the mistakes. When IMEA oversaw the building of the Prairie State, they were one of the owners of Prairie State when we had the huge cost overruns. We're about to let that same company, we're saying, you don't have to put a price in your contract, and we know you've mismanaged the last contract, but we've decided to give you another chance. Like, why would we do that?
So
when we have other options where we can get fixed prices.
So you're comparing commercial versus residential. You're saying our residential prices are less than the surrounding area, but it's the commercial, and you imply, though, that it's everything because of the fact that it's commercial. But Mayor, could you please answer that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Well, they're saying basically that it is the commercial rate that IMEA charges Naperville
Point of
is much
clarification.
higher.
It's wholesale rates. These are wholesale rates.
Wholesale rate. Okay, wholesale rate. Wholesale rate.
Naperville sets the rate in terms of whether the residential customer is going to pay or the commercial customer is going to pay. They set the wholesale rate, but then how it's broken up is a decision that Naperville makes. So you can't just so it's great that if you're a residence that Naperville has geared a rate that puts more of the costs on the industrial customers, but that might also explain why industrial customers have been their usage has been declining in Naperville. That's just a fact. Our usage has been declining. It's primarily because of industrial, but whether we buy it from IMEA or we buy it from somebody else, we're going to set the rates. They just happen to sell it to us at a much higher rate than ComEd is selling it to their customers.
Mayor, could you answer that? As far as commercial?
Commercial, and just the comparison that I run it was a full retail rate, not a wholesale rate. You know, what ComEd charges residential versus what we charge our residents. The majority of our customers, more than 55,000 of the 62,000 customers are residential. So they are 15% below ComEd rates. And then the rest of the customers who are like, you know, small commercial, large commercial, and industrial that makes up the rest of the 62,000 customers in Naperville who are paying, like, you know, the commercial and the industrial rates.
Right, Brian?
So, go ahead.
I would add, I've been trying to find it. We did a recent comparison for 2 car dealerships. We were lower in both instances. In the past, we haven't been lower. Recently, we have been lower. I can't find the exact numbers, but it was a comparison that we were asked to do between car dealerships in Aurora and car dealerships in Naperville. We were lower, and I continue to try and find that email where we did the analysis.
So what you're implying or saying your facts show
there are 4
that
different
it's Naperville's policy that sets the rate commercially. Now, are we going to agree that residents get the cheapest rate here in Naperville? Or no?
Let me speak to that directly. The analysis that we've seen from Naperville Electric Utility compares the total bill that goes out to a residential ComEd customer to the total bill that goes out to a incorporated Naperville residential customer. Bundled into that bill is the cost of operating the municipal. Is that right, Brian? Yeah. So what we're trying to decide is what is the best deal on wholesale rates. So why are we worrying about bundling the cost of the municipality together with the cost of wholesale power? We should only be looking at wholesale power. That analysis is just not as demonstrable as to what kind of deal that we've gotten in the past.
Let me add, I think I agree with everything you say there. To break it down even more simply, when you start with wholesale, and then you got to layer in all your local distribution costs, and you get your retail rates to both your commercial and your residential clients, right? So, yeah, I've seen the analysis, and Naperville on the residential side is lower. What I would say is I would compliment Brian and his team because they are overcoming about a 2.2 cent disadvantage at the wholesale side that they are overcoming to keep the rates low. Imagine if we could take that 2.2 cents and get it down to the market. What could we do with that? In my talk earlier, I mentioned over $300 million over the last 10 years that we've paid in premium to IMEA versus the market. We could take that $300 million and reinvest it in the community. There's all this concern about burying power lines for storm resiliency and investing in local resiliency, because whether we stay with IMEA or not, it's not going to solve this problem of local capacity that if the PJM grid burns down around us, we're going down with it. Whether or not IMEA is up and running down in MISO or not, it does nothing for our reliability. We should be taking that money, putting it into our community, and deploying it here where we can invest in things like reliability and even ultimately lower rates by getting that baseline that we're buying from lower so that we have more breathing room to do more interesting things to improve the local grid here, which is what really matters to all of us.
Right. So I think, obviously, Graham is explaining a very complicated process, but I think this goes back to why we're suggesting this process. So the reason that we're suggesting a process where we do analysis, we actually do, we should have a spreadsheet just like the consultants had that has a lot of numbers on it that understand what our costs are. So the fact that Graham and Brian are debating whether the cost is lower and we don't, like you guys don't know the answer as to whether that is, and that you don't have an actual cost estimate as to what IMEA is going to cost or what any of the options. That's why we think it's so important that we engage the community, find out what they want. Do the math. Do the actual hard work. Just like when I bring a business case at my business, I have to do the calculations. And I'm sure you guys have had similar experience where you're bringing something and you just can't take, like I've got a rough number from a salesperson and I'm going to come and ask you for $2 billion because I have a rough number from a salesperson. I didn't include the transmission costs.
You mentioned that salesperson thing again. That wasn't a salesperson, okay? So the whole point that you're trying to make is saying you don't trust what IMEA said, okay? That's, you made that point.
I'm sorry,
you made that point many times, okay? I got that.
Okay.
Could I add too?
Yeah, go ahead.
To be fair, until it's in writing and until we put this out for bid and have IMEA or whoever else come back and state what the pricing is, I mean, how can we compare and make a confident choice? I mean, let's let IMEA prove in writing that they are the best deal.
Okay, let's think that out. Let's say we ask IMEA to give us a price proposal. And they say, we're going to charge you $40 a megawatt hour. We're making a price proposal with ourselves. If the price comes in high, we'll have to pay more. If the price comes in lower than that, their actual cost, then we'll benefit from it. Once again, we're dealing with ourselves here. We're going to do the best deal for ourselves. IMEA is not a third party, it's us. So if we ask for a proposal from IMEA and it's either high or it's low versus what it costs to produce or buy, we're either going to get the benefit or the loss.
I think we need to give
I'm not seeing what we could ask IMEA to guarantee price-wise.
Well, then we need to give other market actors an opportunity to bid and provide us with numbers as well. I mean, this is $2 billion.
I think what I'm trying to imagine what an RFP would look like if we sent it out in 6 months, as Brian said.
This is what IMEA is currently providing us today, and who else in the market can provide these same services and goods. And if it's no one, it's no one. And if it's someone that's more expensive than they are, if they can do it in a different way. I really liked this we have countless options slide that Nest added in where maybe it's a mix. I mean, look at Geneva. I'm pretty sure they created their own, peak generation to offset some peak demand. I mean, that could be part of this mix. I mean, I agree, there are so many other options that we haven't explored. I also was hoping to see more from the CES presentation in terms of the other providers, the CPPs. I mean, I just feel like for $2 billion plus, this has to go out to bid.
I'm trying to imagine what an RFP would look like to bidders. And I think it was addressed with the folks that were here. We'd be asking them to provide a fixed price for power for 5 years or 10 years, whatever the length would be, that starts in 10 years from now. There's not a provider on the planet that would give us numbers like that. That's just way too far out. Strips on the futures exchanges, the liquidity ends after about 4 or 5 years. Nobody could hedge that risk starting 10 years from now. So yes, we could do that, and it would take perhaps 6 months to get an answer or more than that. But then, as I mentioned before, I think we're losing this option, which
I don't
seems like it's the lowest cost option that anybody can even imagine would appear in the future.
I think we should let IMEA prove that they are the lowest cost option through a competitive process. And if they can't give us 6 months or a year to go through this transparency and procurement process, I really don't think they're going to walk away from $2 billion. And I think we still have some negotiating power. So that's where I stand at this point.
I think we've already discussed, and Russ, are you there still?
Yeah, I'm still here.
So when we were talking and asking you the question, also the fact of going out for other bids now is not going to be fruitful, and I've heard the conversation be, well, if we don't get it, we don't get it. The point is, by extending this process and going through it, puts Naperville's options at risk. And the fact that we don't have a report or a signed amount of money that they charge for their electricity, we already know what they charge for electricity. We know that their costs are set because of the fact they have their own coal, and they transport it with a conveyor belt. I mean, their costs are not going to be what the market costs are. And now we're talking about, this isn't just the past, what we could have done in the past. We're talking about where we are right now. Where we are right now is a company that doesn't have to do what everybody else has to do, and what they are going to be required from the state is going to be less. Everything's going to go up. There's no doubt. And the two gentlemen that were over here didn't want to say that because they thought that was taking sides. Go ahead, Russ.
Hey, Lou, I was going to say, if you look at the day-ahead index market for the last, I'll say, 12 years, and I don't know how long, again, the IMEA contract has been in place, but it's been a long time. So anyway, but the last 12 years, the day-ahead index market has averaged $30. And that's been under favorable conditions with a favorable supply and demand curve. We had more generation than we knew what to do with, right? We had enough slush in the system that the market never really got tight. The concern that we have moving forward is that the market starts to get tight. And that day-ahead index pricing that I'm assuming Graham was using to compare to the Naperville's fixed price over the last several years, there's just going to be more volatility into it. It's going to be more volatile. The supply and demand curve is tightening. That's the moral of the story. And if Naperville gives up the option on Prairie State and that cost to produce at $30 to $35, I mean, it's a gift, and I don't know exactly what IMEA's position is, but I would not be surprised if, you know, they were happy to see Naperville leave.
Right, because it does
I mean,
reduce their requirements, absolutely.
yeah. The other 33 municipalities in the contract will reap the benefit. They'll go from 80% of their power at $30 to 100% of their power at $30, and have excess to sell into a very tight marketplace where they'll start taking a profit on $30 power.
That they'll split with the other cities that stay with them.
Right. Again, because they're a not-for-profit, and as all the owners, they're going to share in that windfall. And I would also say that, you know, when this IMEA deal in its origination, I would have voted against it 20 years ago because of the supply and demand equation that was in place. Didn't need the 20-year price. But today, looking forward and knowing how this energy transition is moving along, there is a lot of unknowns. Whether some may be good, some may be bad, but all I know is that unknowns do translate into risk and volatility. And I think when I think about our ratepayers, you know, homeowners, that they would like some stability in their energy price moving forward. I think the IMEA contract gives that.
Is it too much to ask for some kind of price in writing from IMEA within the next however many days? Because I think that's ultimately what's being asked here, because we're throwing around numbers and we're talking about what ifs, and obviously nobody can predict the future. Can we get them to put something in writing, Brian?
Can certainly ask. I think that they would point back to their conversation that they had in this forum related to their production costs, and then their increases generally related to price index increases. I think we've heard some conversations around, you know, what about maintenance costs and things like that. If you look at maintenance costs after startup, they've been relatively flat, and that's indexed in the red line, blue line charts that have been presented there.
I mean, for this board, is that something that we can formally request of Brian? So responding to the people that are here tonight.
We can ask that, and I think what I'm looking at right now is that when you say the wholesale price versus what we're getting is the problem. From what I saw from the presentations that were done to us, presented to us prior to that, was that the total cost, regardless of what the wholesale price is, the total cost to us was less in the future. That's what they were showing. Both of those organizations. Go ahead, Ted.
You're incorporating the cost of the municipality. That's not going to change. So what you have to compare when we're deciding upon our next future contract is the wholesale cost of power, and only the wholesale cost of power, and that includes electricity, capacity, and transmission.
But we do know that their coal is going to be the same price. It's their coal on their property that they're transporting via conveyor belt.
I don't think that's what we're trying to point out here. So let's say
the cost. I'm saying about the cost.
There's more to cost
increasing.
There's more to cost than just the cost of the coal, though. There's the cost to get it here.
For everyone.
That's correct. And we have no.
But they have one of the big costs is going to be flat.
Yeah, but they're increasing the cost of delivery at 4 times the cost of what ComEd is. It's going up at 12% a year over the last 10 years. If we stay on that glide path, our total cost of wholesale power, even when the DONs roll off in 2035, our cost of power will be at $120 a megawatt hour. That's the delivery glide path we are on. And I welcome anybody to check my numbers. I'll sit down with anybody and talk about it. You know, I'm just looking at, I'm using the trend as my friend here, that yes, the cost of the coal and the cost of burning that coal and making electricity down in the MISO grid is cheap. I'll agree to that, you know, for the sake of argument here. It's the cost of getting those electrons through a very complex series of financial transactions. We're not even getting those physical electrons. The electrons are coming from PJM. We're paying those guys to generate down in MISO, and then we're getting credits back and we're having to buy from PJM. And the cost of doing that transaction is expensive in the market, and it's getting more expensive. And like I said, that's not going to do anything. They could be running at full steam down in MISO in 2035, 2036. And if the PJM grid here starts to fall apart from a reliability standpoint, we're going down with it. We need to be evaluating options for reliability here in Naperville or PJM. That's how we're going to secure the power and secure the reliability for our ratepayers here. It doesn't matter whether we stay with IMEA or not. They're not going to be able to fix our reliability concerns that Mark Pruitt and the other gentlemen were talking about. We need to be making investments here in PJM, ideally within the Naperville community. That's how we're going to fix this
What
issue.
you're referring to are transmission charges, correct?
Delivery charges in general, transmission is part of it.
Transmission charges, that's exactly what you're talking about.
Correct.
Now, IMEA has a pseudo-tie arrangement with, MISO has a pseudo-tie arrangement with PJM that effectively makes the production of electricity at those coal plants in southern Illinois effectively the same as production in PJM from a financial perspective. Transmission costs are determined through a peak load contribution that's calculated once a year. It's your peak load that you used on certain days of the year. That peak load contribution is multiplied by a transmission fee that's generated by PJM. The transmission cost to deliver power to Naperville is a function of how much power Naperville uses. That's it. Doesn't matter where that power is produced. PJM is controlling transmission charges, not IMEA. IMEA is just a payer of the transmission bill it gets from PJM. So any discussion about increases in transmission costs has nothing to do with the IMEA contract. If there was a coal-fired power plant right down the road, we'd be paying the exact same fees of transmission because PJM sets that rate.
That's incorrect.
I don't think you should be ascribing costs of transmission to IMEA. That's factually incorrect.
I would disagree with that.
I'm sorry?
ComEd's transmission rates currently work out to about $4 a megawatt hour. We're currently paying all in to IMEA for transmitting whatever. They have to do some other transactional things to get the power from the pseudo-tie to us. They are charging us $14 a megawatt hour right now, according to the graph that they did back in February.
That's a function of where the consumption is, not where it's produced.
That's right, but if we had a coal plant right down the street, as you mentioned, it would cost us $4. So there is a big difference there, and that charge for getting those electrons from the generation to us has been increasing at 12% a year on average over the last 10 years, and it's projected to go even higher per IMEA's own numbers in the presentation they gave back in February.
I just wanted to also say, we could debate the cost back and forth all night. But the bottom line is, if we are in a problem now because they want us to make a decision in the next 2 weeks, then you guys have put us in this position. Because if we've had a year and a half, why haven't we had a process? That is what we need. And again, we can debate the prices back and forth. We can debate who has better newspaper articles. But if we don't have a process, that is on you. And we need to have that before we move forward. And the City Council, I don't think, wants to approve this without any process. I can't imagine making a decision of this magnitude without some of these steps.
I think okay. I'm sorry, you finished?
I am finished.
Okay. So I think what we have are people that are involved in this system, some from different angles in the system that disagree. Just as we just said, I can look at your presentation. We looked at everybody's presentation to see what we could do to challenge them, and we did. And if you look at some of the past questions that we had, we left the presenters in an awkward position for everybody, because we were looking at how accurate is this information. What we have right now is our electric company is able to give us the best rate with what they do. And you said compliment them. Absolutely compliment them. But the point is the future. And the future looks, from what the presenters made to us and told us, as they did today, is that the future is going to get worse. Some people even say chaotic. And now, we can disagree.
Exactly. We agree. That's
yes.
why we don't
and so
want
we
a
can
monopoly.
We could disagree. And they said if you have something that you know that's reliable. Now, we've been with IMEA, and when you talk about reliability, there are a couple things that we have to talk about. Our reliability and cost to the people of Naperville.
Reliably high.
Right.
As well as
So,
sustainability.
No, not as well as sustainability. That's our responsibility. PUAB, when you look at our mission, and I will read our mission to you, is the cost and reliability. Naperville is not going to save the world, an environment.
Clearly.
Especially there's a difference. I have experts that will challenge the credentials of anybody here across the country that are saying different things than what you're saying. So we could say that. We have different experts, and our different experts are coming to different conclusions. Our responsibility is to the city of Naperville and the people of Naperville. There's always going to be a difference of opinion about the environment and the climate. You can find I can find as many people that say opposite what you're saying.
I doubt that, because studies show that 70% of Americans think climate change is a serious issue.
That's
and
great.
Want to take steps
and why
to
is
mitigate
it that why do they feel that way? And maybe it's because they get presentations of this slide of these smokestacks. Where are these smokestacks from?
Marissa.
Okay.
These are from Marissa?
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
No. Where are these smokestacks? I've seen it. I've gone to many NEST
I don't care where they're
presentations.
from. You wish to challenge the physical science basis of climate change?
I
and
want
how
to
burning
challenge. No,
fossil
I
fuels
don't, because that's not what we're here for. That's not what we're here for.
Right.
That's what you're presenting to us.
Then you wish
And
to
that's
say
not what we're saying.
that your evaluation of cost of coal-generated energy is going to completely ignore all climate and environmentally related
the facts
externalities.
That you said,
yes or no?
The facts that you said were half facts. You
No,
talked
sir, they are
about
not.
sulfur. You talked about fly ash. There is no fly ash that comes out of them when they're done. They recycle all of it. They recycle all of it. And people, you
that
could
is
laugh.
incorrect.
You could laugh at
No,
that.
sir.
I went down there. I did a tour. Have you been down there to see what's the plant doing? Oh, you don't care to. Okay, you don't have to.
Average coal plant across this country, right? Less than 50% of the fly ash produced by the coal industry in this country is not recycled.
This is
It
not
goes
this
into-
country. We're talking about Naperville. And our responsibility is to the people of Naperville. And what I'm seeing is misleading information, whether it's photographs or whether it's information as to what they come out with. And I think that's unfortunate, because you're misleading people, is what I see. I've came with an open mind to this situation, and the more I see, it doesn't take much to see that there are people doing this to people and presenting something that sounds very bad. The technology, no one mentioned about the technology, the scrubbing technology that they have down there, or whether or not they have any kind of a problem with all these discharges. And I'm going to produce those for the record. The point comes down to, this is not about the environment. This is about what's best for the city of Naperville. Financially, yes.
Make sure you say that.
And I will say that because of the fact of our prices are cheaper than the suburbs around us.
So I've been.
Chairman, can I make a motion? I find it very, we're not getting anywhere debating our speakers. I think we're at a point where we need to have a discussion just amongst the PUAB members, get the points out on the table that each one of them has, and then move on to whatever the next step is going to be. This is very unfruitful right now.
It
I
is.
think they've got a view, some of us have another view. We're never going to meet in the middle. I think we just need to have a conversation that's internal to the team here, and then move on with whatever the next step is. I'm going to make that motion.
May I say one thing? Please listen to the voices of Naperville residents who care about this. They care about the impact of climate change on future generations, and they don't want this decision made on speculation about what's going to cost less. So please consider, even though you may personally have different opinions or ideas about the value of burning coal, the residents of Naperville care about this. They keep showing up to these meetings. They voted for council members who don't want to extend the IMEA contract. So please listen to their voices as well, because they matter in this decision. Thank you.
I made
Thank
a
you.
motion. I made a
There's
motion.
a motion. Do I hear a second?
Sorry, we're motioning to have a meeting right
to-
now?
No. To
terminate
end this, we're finished with the questioning. PUA, according to our format that we follow, is that after someone makes a presentation, we ask them questions. What we're talking about is, I don't know that we need a motion for that.
Okay.
Does anybody else have any other questions of Nest that they'd like to ask on the PUAB? Okay, then we will go forward with that. Next, are there any speakers for the next presentation?
There are none that have signed up.
I'm sorry?
There are none that have signed up.
I didn't hear.
There are none that have signed up.
Oh, there are none that signed up. Thank you very much. Okay, so the next report is the report that we've received on the recommendation from Customized Energy regarding an energy procurement and ancillary services strategy for Naperville's electric utility beyond 2035, and provide a board recommendation to utility staff and the city council. Now, with that, I'm going to read. This is the report. It's a public report that's been sent out by them, and I'm going to read just the conclusion instead of the whole report, and I'm going to read within their conclusion. CES recommends that Naperville continues to procure energy and capacity through IMEA while leveraging the MDR clause in its contract to explore renewable energy procurement via PPAs. Now I'm going to open that for discussion or questions by the PUAB.
Well, I have some discussion topics, but it's not about that. Is this a open discussion amongst us now?
This is a discussion amongst us. Okay, we will have an opportunity for a discussion amongst us as we go forward with here. Are there any discussions from us regarding the recommendation from CES?
I'll just make a statement that I cannot, in good conscience, sole source this contract.
Russ? Any comment or no?
I don't know. A lot's been discussed. I agree with the CES recommendation based upon numerous things, but primarily just the fact that it is a low-cost option. I just don't think you're going to find much in the marketplace that's going to compete with this. The advantage that that coal plant provides moving forward is significant. And for all the complaining about the high prices over the last 10 to 20 years, now the power plant's going to pay off.
I agree that could very, very likely be true, but let's let IMEA prove it. Let's put it in writing, and let's let's go through a competitive procurement process instead of just sole sourcing.
And I would be fine with that as long as we don't lose the option. I mean, Brian, what are the likelihood that we don't lose the option if we go down a 6-month process?
Go ahead, Brian.
The contract extension offer that's on the table from IMEA is through April 30th. There is no certainty beyond that date.
Do we have time to make a request?
To make a request
Of IMEA for an extension? I mean, is that a reason? Is there room to do that, or are they going to come? I mean, that's pretty much what Michelle is asking for is to get an extension on that option date.
No one has asked for an extension, and 26 members. The only data that I have is that no one has asked for an extension, and 26 members have signed the contract. So I do not have any. I don't have any certainty. None of those options come with certainty.
Well, part of what Michelle is mentioning is that it'd be nice to have them, if we ask them for a documentation showing what the cost is, but then also to open it up to the general. And by doing that, opening up to the regular process, seems to me to guarantee that we lose any control, and we have a good option of losing that as an option. So it's making a decision by not making a decision.
What's giving you that indication?
Somebody just said.
He hasn't said yes or no. There's no harm in asking for an extension.
I have one more comment I want to make on this, is that if we can confirm that the cost of power out of the coal plant is somewhere between $30 and $35, I know for a fact you will not achieve anything near that through an RFP process. Everything that you're going to see is going to be north of $50 or $60 or $70 that far out in the curve. So you're not going to find anything remotely close to $30 to compare it to.
Yeah, I feel like we need to see that in writing.
I'd like to just make a comment on this. I
This
certainly
is Phil
agree.
talking.
I certainly agree that we get cheap power from them, and we probably would go forward. What I haven't heard is conclusive evidence from anybody that says the #1 requirement for the City of Naperville is the cheapest power. I've never talked to a City of Naperville resident who said, I live here because the energy is cheap. We pay some of the highest property taxes in the U.S. We live in one of the highest, average costs, or highest average incomes per resident of all the cities in the U.S. I don't know that this is actually a cost decision. How many people in Naperville have chosen to spend $30,000 or $40,000 to put solar panels on their roof? How many people pay premiums to drive hybrid vehicles that don't have a positive ROI? Times have changed where people are electing to make decisions with their wallet. It doesn't always have to do with making the cheapest decision. I'm not saying that we should go make a decision that doubles the cost of energy, but we're not even giving the optionality to that decision. And I think we're being tone deaf to what all the other potential requirements are for the city by potentially just rushing into a contract that's making a decision that starts in 10 years from now for 20 years. I'm trying to think about, like, most of us probably won't even be here then. Some of us won't even be alive. And I'm thinking about my kids at that point going, who made this decision to lock us up into this agreement just simply because it was the cheapest decision 30 years ago? So I'm not saying that cheap power is bad. I just think we're discounting the other considerations that should go into it. I realize we're in a time crunch, but look, I've negotiated contracts with some of the largest companies in the world, and right now it feels like they're leveraging us because they're saying, hey, 10 years from now, you've got this really good deal, but we need you to make the decision now. You said it, Jim, and we're stuck between a rock and a hard place, and it's kind of a tough decision, but I also don't think that means that should be the forcing function for us to have to make a decision now. In the interim, I like the idea of being able to go back to them and asking IMEA if there is an option for us to extend this and give us some more time to consider this between now and April 30th. If they come back and say no, then there's a hard decision that needs to be made. But I think we can parallel process this path in the short run until we have a little bit more clarity on really what is most important to the city as we go into making the decision, in addition to just price. Because I think Ness made some good examples about, look at some of the big corporations that are here in Naperville. Have we weighed the costs of what happens if we make decisions like that? Do they leave? Do jobs leave because they don't like the idea of the decisions that we've made to lock ourselves into certain agreements for 30 years? I think there's just a lot of other considerations that need to be taken into account beyond just the cost of electricity.
Jim, go ahead.
Can I address the first part of your comments about, it was to the effect that, you know, we have one of the highest median income cities around Naperville. I actually prepared a slide or two about that. And Mayor, can you put up slide number 6? This is a report put out by the Chicago Metropolitan Agency for Planning, and this is specifically about Naperville. And it's a fairly rigorous report. In fact, Nest references it in their Sustainable 2036 report. It uses it as a reference. One of the members of our utility board here assured me that this is legitimate data that's used in the city of Chicago all around. And I saw some interesting figures in here, specifically around household incomes. Well, first of all, the Census Bureau says that Naperville has 4% of its population lives in poverty. And if you look at these numbers that are displayed here, 7% of our population makes less than $25,000 a year. These are households. 9% of our population earns between 25 and 50, and another 9% earns between 50 and 75,000. You know, I'm old enough to remember when $75,000 was a lot of money. But this basically is showing that a quarter of our population lives pretty much day to day. They can't afford solar panels on their roofs. They can't afford, or they're making decisions between food, medicine, and utilities. This notion that we're a rich community and we're enlightened and, you know, we should spend all kinds of money for all of these things that we'd like to have in the world isn't shared by everybody in Naperville. I think we have to be very sensitive to this population. You know, these are single parents that are single parent household. It's listed there. There's 3,000 of them where the parent probably works and they're paying for child care.
Jim, can I maybe just interrupt you for a second? I think everybody understands that people are different income levels in the city. And I think that's where gathering more information is helpful. And I think that's the whole point here, is that there's just not enough information for us to make a sound determination. You know, I think slides were presented where other programs in the city took 2.5, 3 years to evaluate, and we are being put under the gun, and I personally feel that way, to make a decision in 40 days. You know, and I think at this point, we've talked enough about it. We need more information, and potentially we need a survey of our citizens in the city about what they want to pay, rather than us just deciding that for them.
Okay, all right. Well, I think I am displaying data here. I'm displaying the fact that, you know, there's a lot of poor folks in this city that
I understand, and I think we should hear from them.
That think that the priority is cost over anything else.
Right, and I don't disagree with you, but right now we're talking.
All right, well, I have more information.
And there's other ways.
I have more information.
Well, I'd like to figure out how long we're going to be here tonight for the chairman.
Okay, well.
Because to the point that was made earlier, we are going on and on and on all these different rabbit holes. We are trying to simply get an answer about whether we can get some basic information from this power company in a short period of time. We still have not been able to make that decision. And I think that has been very clearly put out there, and asking whether we can do that. And I don't know if it takes a motion to get this done or not, but I would so move to get an answer on that decision before we talk about anything else.
Okay, well, thank you for your opinion. I'm going to continue with my discussion, because that's why we're here.
We're not here
All right,
for
so-
an indefinite period of time so that people can hear themselves talk.
Well,
Okay, let's not get personal, but the point is, he had the floor. And you said, excuse me, and you made your point. So I think let him finish.
So there's one more point I'd like to at least make. If you could, Mayor, go to slide 2. Yeah. So these folks here from Nest claim to represent the City of Naperville's feelings or opinion on this issue. I'd like to test that, because I know that they can show up in numbers here. They demonstrate that. I give them credit. I mean, these are fine people that have a strong belief in something. They brought their constituencies out here on many occasions. But I would just like to test the fact that they represent what the average Napervillian thinks, because I think that's one of the things we have to understand. So in the Nest Sustainable 2036 report, this statement was made: do you think that action needs to be taken in Naperville to improve energy efficiency and reduce energy consumption? And according to the pie chart in their report, they claim that 91% of Napervillians agree with that statement. I was going to ask them a bunch of questions about that, but I'm not going to do that. But I would like to point out that Naperville has a energy efficiency program. And in this program, you can, if you want to, you can contribute $5 a month. And that money goes into a pot, and it pays for certain energy efficiency programs like solar, single pane window replacements, air conditioning, tune-ups, insulation. It pays out a certain amount of money. But the interesting fact about the Naperville Energy Efficiency Program is it has about 4,000 people that have subscribed to it. So there's 63,000 account holders in Naperville. And by my interpretation of those numbers, 4,000 people out of 63,000 accounts, that's 6% of the people have put their money where their mouth is. They're willing to pay $5 a month to contribute to a renewable energy program. So what I would have asked Nest, had we were in a debate still, is how do they come up with a number that says 91% of the people believe that we should do something about energy efficiency, but 6% of Napervillians actually do it?
I can kind of speak to some of that. I mean, energy efficiency is kind of my wheelhouse, but I would go to the point of, well, how is our program being promoted? I mean, look, we're all on this board. I mean, before joining the board or even up until recently, how many people on the board were aware or chose to, aware that the programs even existed? I think it's more of a marketing and an awareness thing.
I haven't answered. I'm prepared to answer that question. Thank you. You're a good, straight person. This is a letter that comes out in every Naperville bill.
If you are enrolled in paper billing.
Correct. Okay, I get a paper bill. So this is Naperville Connect. This is sent out with my bill. In the January-February issue, it was promoted. I got information from the city's communications department that this connected newsletter was sent out in January, March, April, September, and November in 2020 and 23. It was sent out in January, March, and April of 2024. And here's the January-February issue of 2025. They also posted on social media, Facebook and Twitter, or X now, in February of 22, January of 23, June of 23, April of 24, January of 25. Additionally, they promote it at City of Naperville events, career fairs, STEAM fairs, and it's heavily promoted by NEST.
So ComEd has hundreds of millions of dollars for their energy efficiency programs. We run TV ads, major media. I mean, we do, ComEd does everything to promote their programs. A fraction of their customers know that they exist. So I don't know that.
Okay, well, there's a difference between knowing they exist and deciding to take advantage of them. That's my point. I'll bet you more than 4,000 people know that those programs exist. They just choose not to join them. My point I'm trying to make here is that this 91% number doesn't represent how Napervillians think about at least energy efficiency. And elsewhere in the Sustainability Report 2036, there's a statement that says that these polls, and there's several of these polls that are 80 or 90% in favor of this or that, are taken at NEST events. So, one of the aspects of a good poll is that it should be representative of the population that exists, that you're trying to represent. I don't feel that polls taken at a NEST event represents how Napervillians feel. So I'm just trying to make the point here that if you went out and talked to 100 people out on the street and asked them whether they're willing to pay a lot more for their power for sustainability reasons, I don't think you'd get 91%. I don't think you'd come even close to that. And finally, the only other point I want to try to make about this whole sustainability environmental issue is that these two coal-fired power plants are going to continue running whether Naperville buys this power or not. There's going to be zero net change to environmental emissions whether Naperville buys this power from IMEA or not. So at the end of the day, if you want to speak factually about what's going to happen to the environment when this contract is signed or not signed, there's going to be zero change. So you could almost argue that the environmental equation is off the table as far as Naperville. Now, people may feel bad about that. They may feel that uncomfortable about Naperville buying coal-fired power. But at the end of the day, the environment's going to see no net change. I'm done with my comments for the board.
Thank you, Jim. Now, the comments that we talked about really were at the end of the questioning of the speakers of NEST. At this point, since I'm trying to move the meeting to the very end, at this point, as chairman of the PUAB, I believe that we have sufficiently and appropriately reviewed the issue regarding the contract with the Illinois Municipal Electric Agency, IMEA. Now, there are several members here that have said contrary to that, don't believe that we've done that. I do believe we do. I think we're stuck now at this point of saying whose expert is more expert than my expert, and what is the actual cost. The actual cost that I'm looking at is what I see from the electric company saying that these are the best prices for the people in this area, and that Naperville benefits from that. So as a result of that, I'm calling the question. I would like to read, before I call the question, I would like to read the Public Utilities Advisory Board mission statement, because there's been definitely confusion here as to what our mission is. The Public Utilities Advisory Board serves in an advisory capacity to the City Council on rates, budgets, and capital improvements for the electric, water, and wastewater systems. The board also reviews plans for facilities, expansion, and system improvements. The role of the board also includes hearing complaints from City of Naperville utility customers regarding claims of violations of their right to privacy and addressing such complaints as appropriate. Now that's what our mission is, not the environment. And yes, we all have strong feelings one way or the other. We even talked about we should be transitioning. We all want to transition. What's possible to transition right now, I don't believe is going to happen that fast. So I think we have to give ourselves, the city, a chance. I also believe that we have to give this city an opportunity to look at the best we can in the future because of the information that's been given to us. And what is that information? Power is going to go up. It's going to be more difficult for someone to go out and purchase power, 10 years from now in particular. So, do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, what's the
Yep.
motion? What kind of?
I'm asking for a motion right now.
What kind of motion are you looking for?
A motion, I just said as chairman, I believe that we have sufficiently and appropriately reviewed the issue regarding the contract with the Illinois Municipal Electric Agency. Prior to calling the question, I believe we're done, that we've done what we're supposed to do. We can keep on having more and more presentations here. What that does, it guarantees, it eliminates one of the options that we have, one of the options that's been working for us, and that I think the same number of people believe is good for Naperville. So that's why I wanted to read the mission statement prior to the calling the question or the hearing the motion. Do I hear a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to the Naperville City Council that they accept the recommendation of Customized Energy Solutions, that the City of Naperville continue to procure energy, capacity, and ancillary services through IMEA by entering into a new contract with IMEA, which will allow the city to procure a member-directed resource. Additionally, we recommend that the member-directed resource provision of the new contract be explored immediately, and that City Council pursue the highest load factor, zero carbon resources available.
Do I have a second? Do I have a second?
I'll second.
There's a second. Is there a discussion now about that? That would supplement what we've already said? Because I think there's definitely a point. People want to have more. I'm saying more is not going to produce any different information. I think we still have the cheapest form of energy arriving. If no one else is going to bring up the discussion, I'm going to make some points to be put into the record. As I did with all of the presentations, I had access to it because it was put publicly. Same time, the week of our meetings, I looked at it, and I saw that there was information. It's too bad that people left. But the information talking about the fly ash and the picture that was describing, if someone wants to look at it, I wouldn't want to live next to that type of smokestack either. But that's not the smokestack down there at Prairie State. And that I have a document here that they put out that US EPA and Illinois EPA has an environmental record with them, which is within compliance. And this document here shows the things that they do that will not produce that kind of a plume. Nitrogen oxide, 85% removal. Sulfur dioxide, 98% removal. Particulate material, 99% removal. Mercury, 90% removal. And we asked about the 90% versus why is it not 99? And it depends on the coal and the process that you use. So I'd like to put this in the record. I'd like to also, because some of the representations of I'll just say some of the representations about what's happening down there in Prairie State. I have contacted people that live down there. I talked to David A. Mayer, chairman of the board of Washington County, Illinois, and he's been involved in the local community government of Washington County for over 30 years. As chairman of Washington County Board, I've experienced the beginning and building and continued development of Prairie State Generating Company. They are well respected in many of our communities. Their work has increased tax income for Washington County in many ways. And then he has a list of all the things that they've benefited from, and he talked about that they have a good relationship with Prairie State. Management has proven to be very beneficial. They talk about the byproducts that they make for fertilizer, gypsum and wallboard, and other cement ingredients that does not go into any landfill that was presented here. I also have a letter from Joseph Wheeler, Marissa Alternative School Project UP Coordinator, teacher, and he's writing to inform of what he thinks has been the benefit of being there near Prairie State. They're about 7 miles from there, and he talks about the ways that they mentor their children and that they've had no problem with other issues with the Prairie State, they've hired some of the kids, but they also help the kids and they present. There's lists of things that Prairie State, and I like to put these 2 letters into the record, that they also do a number of other charitable things besides. And no one ever mentioned to me about that it was very, very foggy and cloudy because of their discharges, or that there was ground pollution or water pollution. That's been presented again to this board from the board from the organization that comes here.
Louis, can I?
My name, pardon me?
Can I ask a question or
Yeah.
make a comment about? So I actually totally agree with you that I mean, if you look at our mission statement as a board, it's all about cost and reliability. And I feel like a lot of what you're covering is like health and sustainability stuff, which is fine because
It's to
obviously.
counter the information that was presented. I was going to present this during the talking of the questions of Nest, but it wasn't allowed.
Okay.
So I have another letter from, this relates to Trimble County generating statement from John Ogborn. He's the county judge executive, Trimble County, and he goes through a number of where they have a clean environment down there, the employment, and the positive things. I mean, it's 2 pages. I want to put that into the record. And I have one other final letter that has come from Jonathan Lesser, PhD, President of Continental Economics, Senior Fellow of National Center for Energy Analytics. And this is a paragraph. There is a huge amount of literature on resource costs. The fundamental problem with wind/solar, the environmental groups recoil from nuclear, even though it's emission-free. And I didn't hear anything presented about nuclear, but that's okay. We're just presenting this. Is that it is intermittent, wind and solar, and requires backup from battery storage, which is hugely expensive. That's why so-called levelized costs of energy for wind and solar are deceptive and cannot be used to compare with generating resources that are always available. Moreover, you can read about fires at battery storage plants, most recently the large fire at PG&E's Moss Landing facility, the 4th fire there since 2019. When you include backup costs, wind, solar are far more costly than natural gas. Furthermore, higher electricity costs mean reduced economic growth because consumer businesses must spend more on electricity, which leaves less to spend on other goods, less to invest, and raises the cost of goods and services. Finally, I would point out that Naperville's ending its contract will have no measurable impact on climate. China is building hundreds of new coal plants, in part for the electricity needed to manufacture wind turbines and solar panels to sell in the U.S. Nothing the U.S. does will have an impact, will have a measurable impact on climate. I hope this is helpful. And then I have his bio. With that, I want to put that into the record. Is there any other discussion at this point?
Yeah, Chairman, I have just a clarifying question. So based on your motion and the 2 seconds, does that mean that this board is going to recommend to the city council that they move forward with the recommendation to renew the contract?
If we have enough votes, yes.
Enough votes by?
Because I said basically this isn't going to change anybody's mind to continue doing this. Even with the facts that we have, because what raised this whole price cost issue is distrust that IMEA is lying to us and we're part of IMEA.
I'm just trying to get clarification on what the process of what happens next in the
Yeah.
decision process, and that's not clear to me.
Okay, so there's a motion standing, it was seconded, we had a discussion about it. Then we have, after I have not heard any more discussion about it, I'm going to call the question and say, those in favor, raise their hand. Those opposed, raise their hand. And that'll be whether or not we make a recommendation to the city council. Now, the city council can do anything they want. I will be able to at least say for us, we stayed within the timeline. We've reviewed it. We've had 3 meetings dedicated specifically to this. We've had as long a meeting as probably Naperville has ever had in any of their programs. And I'll tell you, I know some of us, I've traveled, I've gone down there, we've gone to see where IMEA is in Springfield, ask them tough questions too, and I feel that I understand not everybody can do that. I felt my responsibility was to get as much information as I possibly can. And I want to stay within the timeline that gives Naperville all of its options, because I think it's inappropriate for us not to give Naperville, because if we want to delay, it takes out, I believe, potentially an option. Will it? I can't guarantee it.
Yeah, can we confirm that? Like, can we ask IMEA for a 1 year, an additional year to make a decision? I mean,
As part of our recommendation.
yeah.
Well, as part of our recommendation, it'd have to be, well, we have to vote on our motion right now. We have a motion right now that we have.
And that motion does not include that recommendation?
Does
or
not,
ask,
no,
right?
it does
Okay.
not. I don't believe that if it did, I think it would eliminate one of our options, is what I believe.
But we don't know for certain.
Well, nothing stops us from asking IMEA to do anything based upon.
They could still be asked to
based
do
upon
that
this motion.
after the motion,
We're
for
not-
sure.
We're not stopping all work on this.
It's obvious that the city of Naperville's city council is not going to make the deadline. It's not on us, it's on what they decide to do now. And so we can ask, what's the options and all that, but that's not part of this motion. It's whether or not we are going to recommend it or not, because I think that's where we are.
I would hope that the city council asks us to work with them on this issue from this point forward, because I don't think it's going to end right here. But this board is basically done with what it's going to do. We've had these 3 long meetings. There's no others planned. I'm not seeing any new information coming to the table. So I think, well, I would suggest we vote on this and get it over with, and then do whatever it is we have to do from this point forward.
One of the reasons why I wanted to include NESC when I called Ted. Surprised him, surprised everybody, I think, thinking, well, they haven't had an opportunity to make their point known. So we did that, including the experts that we had legally and for others that other cities have used. And I think it would be the appropriate thing to do, to vote for it. I think we meet our requirement as far as making it best, whatever's best for Naperville at this point.
Chairman, the talk around asking, going back to IMEA, to ask about the option to have an extension, do we have to motion to make that request, O'Brien, or can that be made?
No, we can just ask them to do that.
Okay.
So, is there any further discussion on this? I think we've...
I guess I'd
Oh,
like
go
to
ahead.
formally ask Brian, then could you please ask IMEA if we could have an extension to make this decision, whether it's, 6 months, 12 months?
That can't be, that's not a motion.
Oh, correct.
No, it's not a motion.
But I just,
So
you
could
said we had
ask.
to formally ask
You
him.
can
I'm
ask.
formally
I know,
asking.
but you're right. You can ask. Okay, during the discussion, you can ask him, not a motion, you could ask him, is that possible, or would he try to do that for us? You could ask that as part of the discussion to anybody to whoever this board wants to ask. Okay, I think that's been made. So now, at this point, I will call for a vote. Those in favor of the motion to
Mr.
go
Chairman.
forward? Pardon me?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
we will do a roll call vote.
Oh, do a roll call vote. Okay, well, that's, okay, very good, very good. Thank you. So, Mayor, you want to go ahead and, well, I will ask for those in favor of the motion to go forward with IMEA, so signify to Mayor. Raise your hand.
I'll call the
Oh,
names.
you'll call the motion. Okay, I call it.
Abbas? Is that a yes or a no? Okay. Brandon?
No.
James?
Jim?
Jim?
Yes.
Louis?
Yes.
Michelle?
No.
And Phil?
No.
And Ross? Can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay.
Just to clarify, your response was yes to the question or to that you could hear us?
Both. Yes.
Okay.
Both yes. Okay. Very good. Okay, so the motion has passed.
Yes.
Is there any other discussion or anything else that people want to discuss or say at this point? No. So do I hear a motion for adjournment?
So I'd just like to make one recommendation is that we keep working on this as a utility board. This is pretty important. I think that, future utility board meetings should discuss this more. And not only this, but other future options ahead of Naperville in terms of its utility supply, short-term and long-term. I hope this isn't the end of this discussion.
It might be. If this moves forward, there won't be anything else to discuss. But time will tell.
Well, I think, yeah, we'll see how fast the city council wants to go forward on this. You know, that's another time frame thing. I think it is important that if we're serious about transitioning, I think then we have to talk about other things that this board can have a positive impact for the city of Naperville in transitioning and the options of that. Well, if you think that the transitioning is that fast, you know. Well, okay.
Well, what's in our control, Phil, is that we're a member of IMEA, and IMEA has to make decisions on how to fill the gaps when Prairie State's required to drop its load by 40% 3 years after the contract starts, and then they shut down only 7 years after that, along with Trimble County #1. So IMEA has a lot of choices to make on where they're going to fill those gaps from when CEJA requires those shutdowns. So I would think that as a board member with 30% of the load coming, or 30% of IMEA's load, that will have a lot to say about how some of that renewable energy gets or fills those gaps when the coal plants start shutting down. So
Okay.
remember, Prairie State's got to shut down by 50 or reduced rate by 50% only 3 years after this contract would start. So there's a lot of decisions to be made about that long before that happens. It took 9 years to develop B Hollow.
Someone second it?
So hopefully we'll be more engaged with IMEA if we continue with them about what they will do when those coal plants start shuttering. I guess that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, we're going to, I need a second for the motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. All in favor, raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye? Yeah, we need to say aye. Thank you. We're adjourned. Yeah, thank you, too, for your patience and for everything.
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me to read that resolution again, because I lost the sheet of paper.
You did have a lot of papers going around.
Yeah.
It was an effort. I mean, yeah. So now I have to make these things. Yes.
Thanks for having us.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. You're very, very welcome. I thought that would make it complete.